Yes, but we're going to be live.
Fact of the matter is, a plethora of yard signs gives the vague impression that the candidate so displayed has backing
and is winning,
and possibly even winning. Impression.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, okay. There's another aspect. There's subliminally, it's better for the voters to at least be familiar with a name than having no familiarity with a name and walking in to vote for candidates and not recognizing the name.
Well, how many voters? Sadly, I'm not here, certainly not here to say that I'm happy about this. How many voters do not even know there's an election until they start seeing yard signs?
That's true too, yeah.
Right. I mean, whether we want to admit that or not, that is sort of the truth of it. That there are people who are aware that there's an election.
One more substantiating anecdote. A good young friend of mine is in his 40s, a Republican.
Open home screen. Sorry, I'm fighting with another device. Because if I'm not fighting with an electronic device, it's not a day.
Well, he's a friend of mine. He's in the auto repair business, among other things. We talk. We're civil, friendly. So I asked him, I said, what are you thinking about the governor's and the Senate race? Oh, he says, I'm not real happy with Oz, but I guess I'll vote for him. I like Mastriano. Yeah, I'm going to vote for him. I said, who are you voting for the state Senate race? Crickets. I said, Brian, can you name the two candidates running for your state Senate office? Well, no.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But that's exactly kind of the point, isn't it?
Well, in that particular Senate race of 48, the GOP's strategy is to hide from the public and just put a few things in the mail with a pretty picture of their candidate with a big smile. And I'm not sure you're not, but they put up a poster. This will be a mailer with this Republican candidate who's a professional insurance salesman. Drinking a bottle of white milk with a rural background of a cornfield. This is to show his affinity for the Lebanon County farm industry. And I don't think that son of a bitch has ever been within a mile of a dairy cow. But it's all impressions, and that's what wins elections, impressions. And by the way, I saw a video Mastriano had, and it's terrible.
God.
I mean, it's terrible. Pardon?
I'm just fighting. I'm just really fighting with this today. I'm fighting with everything.
Oh, I shouldn't.
Then wants to work with me today.
Oh.
I'm gonna be late, probably kidding. I have to turn off that radio too. I'm sneaky.
Did you read my text message? My opinion of Amanda's presentation of the debate.
Yeah, let's not get into that. We're right on the air right now.
Of course,
we'll save that. Let's save.
I will mute. I will mute.
In fact, I don't know that anybody is actually watching right now. This is a very, very boring sharing part of the program. We are fighting. I have been fighting everything. Fighting all of my tech today. I was due. As the last couple of weeks have been relatively smooth. So I'm fighting all my tech today. And we're trying to get through it here. So for anybody who might be waiting for us to get started, just hang in there. We are working on it.
Well, I'll mute now.
We are about 3 minutes away. I have a feeling we will be somewhat late because I'm just fighting all my tech today. Definitely the least exciting part of the program was this bit. Come on. There we go. For anybody who might be in the very boring pre-show part of the program, every time you hear a ding like that, that is another place, another Facebook location where we have shared the program. Expediting this as quickly as I can. About 3 minutes out. Hang in there, folks. We're working on it. I think that it has been a while since I mentioned this, or for anybody who might be in the pre-show who might be new to the show. I do find it quite amazing that Facebook has some of, if not the best programmers on the planet. But whenever you want to share something, you have to do it one at a time. It is sadly quite frustrating. So we are getting there, folks. You have my word. Here we go. Now it's going to go faster. Let's say hi to Pennsylvania for the People, Secret 11, RREV West Philly, For Future Northeast, RMK Productions, Mahoning and Allegheny Valleys, Nazareth Together, Real Chains, Talk of Bethlehem Township, UNA, Buckeyes and Beyond, Americans Against GQP, Folding Chair Democrats, Signal Boost, Progressive Pines, For Future Philadelphia, Hub, PA Democratic Politics, We Want Fundamental Change, Indivisible 10th, Indivisible Laurel, George Simpson's Political Posts, Local Bernie Crat, Allentown Bethlehem Easton Blue Revolution, Progressive Dims for the People, Indivisible Narberth, Northampton Area 3, Flip PA, PA 9, Indivisible PA, US Medicare for All, Progressives of Massachusetts, Indivisible Mayday, Hellertown, Lower Sauk and Fierce, PA Against Fracking, Lycoming, Progressives, Clearfield for Brian, Progressive Party, Georgia Runoff, For Our Future Central, Bernie 2020, Lehigh Valley Stands Up Together, Lehigh Valley for Roe, Leon Block Independent Media, we're really thrilled to have them, Black to Blue Northeast, Progressives of Montgomery, Organizers, the Oregonizers, New Deal, Democrats, Oregon Democrats, Time for Real Change, Saucon Democrats, Democratic Socialist, Progressive Break Room, I'm running late, 101, Win Blue, Northeast, Bethlehem, PA, 2020 campaign, Bushkill, Progressive Calls, Jefferson Hills, WTP, Time Is Now, Lehigh Valley Progressive Network, RREV Policy and Legislation, Bucks County, Lycoming County Democrats, Back to Blue Lehigh Valley, Hub Rapid Response, Bergs for Bernie, Turn PA Blue, I Thrive, Lehigh College Democrats, Vegas DSA, Concerned Citizens in Easton Union County, Easton Area, Bethlehem City Democratic Committee, Kutztown Democratic Club, Build a New Allentown Together, Right the Wrong Coalition, Secret 10, Lehigh Valley Young, Racism is No Home in Lycoming. What else we got? RMK Productions, really thrilled to have them. Groundwork Project, HRC, Battleground PA, Unapologetically Black, Grit Group, For Future Western, AOC Progressives, Buffalo Valley Bulletin, Metro DC. I think that's everybody. I think I got everybody. We hope. Okay. What do you say we start this thing? He said. Let's get after it, kids. Whoop. You gotta do that too. We will be live in 3, 2, a little minute late. 1.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through? But that's a doggone season that he won't try something new. A man who's old enough to know. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight? A loyal man who brings a job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's prompted. Stupid, we must be tricked.
Oh, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? Will measure him against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's over. It's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Welcome from my humble second bedroom here in Bethlehem Landfill Township, formerly known as Lower Saucon Township, part of the Saucon Valley and the Lehigh Valley, part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in these United States on the continent of North America on this planet Earth, the only one we have, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd of October, 2022. We are, as of Tuesday, just 2 weeks away from the end of the 2022 election cycle. Let me start by being very, very obvious and very, nothing new here kind of point of view by saying to you, please have a plan to vote. Wherever you may be in these United States, any of her territories, this is an extremely important election. I'm not going to drown you in issue advocacy or rattling off a series of different issues right now. We'll have plenty of time to talk issues and policy with our guest as we come up later in the program. I would simply beg you, absolutely beg you, no fooling around. Please have a plan to vote. Please have a plan to vote. If you intend to go vote in person, awesome. That's terrific. Please check online with your local, your state, your individual state departments of state, or your county voting office to find where your polling location is. I'm sure most people already know where that is. If you do not, please check. Find out when what the hours are for you to be able to vote. Some polls open as early as 6 a.m., most around 7. Many polls across the country end around 8 p.m., some as late as 9, some as early as 7 p.m. Please know what's going on in your corner of the universe. Know what the hours are. Know where your polling location is. It's not too late to check on your voting status in many places in the United States and her territories. Make sure that your voter registration is up to date and that you are good to go, good to vote. If you are using absentee or mail-in voting anywhere in the United States, I would at this point suggest that you not mail it back unless you have no other choice. Perhaps you can deliver the ballot directly to your county courthouse. Perhaps you can, or county seat of government, county center, whatever building that might be for you in your area of the world. Perhaps you can use a drop box like we can here in Pennsylvania. I would not, sadly, at this point, even with 2 full weeks left before the end of the election cycle, I wouldn't trust the post office to get it there in time. Not because of the lack of dedication or professionalism or just sheer sweat, guts, and hard work of the post office, but because the post office has been so purposefully degraded and broken. I would say, sadly, don't trust the post office. Get it there yourself. I can it's a shame that it has to be that way because it does sounds as if I'm having a go at the post office, and that just really is not the case. I say it because it's true, unfortunately. A war has been waged to dismantle, to degrade, I'll say it, you know what I mean. A war has been launched to just ruin the post office and make it essentially non-functional. So if you should happen to have the ability to deliver your mail-in or absentee ballot, again, if you have drop boxes near you, a county courthouse, a county election center, whatever is the case in your corner of the world, please, I would say, even with 2 whole weeks left, I would strongly consider dropping that ballot off and not trusting the Postal Service. And that is not in any way, shape, or form a slight against the truly dedicated workers of the Postal Service. It's more about how they have been attacked and degraded across this last 2 years or so, 3 years even, really. So just my humble opinion. If you want to get your ballot in the mail, I beg you to please do it sooner than later. Do it tonight. Do it right away. Get your ballot in. If you need to or still have to use the Postal Service, perhaps you have trouble, difficulties transporting or driving or whatever you might rely on public transport, whatever it might be. Please get your ballot in. If you have to use the Postal Service, do it immediately. Fill it out tonight. Get it in as quickly as humanly possible. Now, here in Pennsylvania, we have that mail-in ballots must be received. They must be in the hands of each individual county's election system by 8 p.m. on November 8th. That is the end of the election cycle. Whatever the rule is in your county, I ask you to look it up and be sure of what the rules are, and just know what the rules are. Get your ballot in. Do not, if you went through the trouble I'm all over the place today. If you went through the trouble of requesting a mail-in ballot, don't let it sit and rot on the kitchen table or on the ottoman or on the desk or whatever it might be. Use it, use it, use it, use it. Get your vote in. Let's get to the business end of the program. Let me just say to everyone, as I'm trying to welcome somebody, I can't, you know what? I keep thinking I can type and talk to you at the same time. It doesn't work. It is the proverbial walk and chew gum. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, and we have shared the program to, he is trying to find out, I will tell you, 103 places this week, 103. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, wherever you might be watching and or listening to us this evening, we thank you, and we thank you some more. Let me just thank you and thank you and thank you. And I know that I thank you a lot. It might be repetitive, you might be sick of hearing it, but a program like ours with no advertisers, no cash flow, no money, no none of that stuff depends on you. We are nothing without you. If you are not listening, commenting, asking questions, watching the recordings, if you aren't going to YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, wherever it is that you catch us, we would not be here. So we are grateful to every single last one of you. I was about 60-ish, about a minute and a half, maybe might have been as much as 2 minutes late coming on today because I was literally reading off all the places that we share the program to. I don't acknowledge every group as much as I should, and I wish I should do that more. I did it today. At the very beginning of the program, our pre-show, we read off every single group that we share to, and I'm very grateful. We actually lost 2 of our national pages because Facebook reformatted them, and I can no longer post there. So I hope that you will help us make up the gap, so to speak, and please share our program anywhere that you feel it is appropriate to do so, and maybe even some places as not. Family members, crazy Uncle Larry at Thanksgiving, any groups that you might be involved in, anywhere that you think the program is appropriate, where it might be welcomed, and again, maybe where it isn't going to be welcomed. Maybe we need a little more of that. Maybe we need a little more of that. Please feel free to do so. Wherever you might be watching, I did try to explain this to one of the groups earlier in the week who were asking, why I don't answer them sometimes. And I will try to do a better job of this as the show progresses. That if you are watching on a different group other than our home group, that other side of information, I don't see the comments, I don't see the questions. I do get alerted to them in the in my notifications, but I don't always see it straight away because I get literally dozens of notifications during the course of the program, so I don't always see it. Please feel free to stay in the group that you're in and watch. If your group is kind enough, and I do mean that, literally kind enough to share our program there, stay there and watch. Feel free. That said, if you would like to come over and interact with me, with our guests, not just this week, but any live show, that other side of information is our home group Facebook page. That other side of information, we are live right there now. I will see you come in and I will say hello to you, and a good number of folks in there right now, including, I believe it's Ranny. I hope I said that right. Ranny, if I said it wrong, you please feel free to yell and scream at me. She says, "Go Phillies." I agree. Phillies absolutely are my National League team, and the Yankees will bow out rather embarrassingly tonight. I am very certain of that. Growing up where I grew up, we got television from, even when it was only, way back in the dark era, when it was only 2 through 13, we got stations from both media markets. We got New York and Philadelphia, so it was easy to watch the Phillies and the Yankees. and I developed a deep affection for both. I have been mostly a Yankees fan for the time that I spent in New Jersey, the northeast part of the New Jersey, the New York metro area. But having moved back into Lehigh Valley, have reacquainted myself and reconnected myself to the Phillies. So I'm deeply watching what they're into in the National League Championship Series. They were up, I think. We'll try to check that as we move on. Sadly, though, I don't think it's going to matter. I think Houston's going to destroy them, but I hope I'm wrong because I really can't stand the Astros. And the Astros will finish. I suspect they will finish the Yankees off this evening and make their way to the World Series, because I just don't think the Yankees have any fight left. That was a pretty pitiful performance yesterday. 5-0, 3 hits through the whole thing, and I think 11 more strikeouts or something like that. Not a bad week for Manchester United either. Really great win against Tottenham on Wednesday, and a really late pulled out of the fire draw with Chelsea that I did not get to see a minute of yesterday. So that said, to all our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you for allowing us to be part of your day, your morning, your whatever around the globe. It might be Monday morning if you're in the Australia, New Zealand area. Across the African continent, it is late Sunday or early Monday morning, I think, or very late Sunday night across Western Europe, South America, Central America, and of course into Canada and all across the United States, whatever day, whatever hour it might be. Thank you for allowing us to be part of it. We appreciate it. And if you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, then I don't know what you're waiting for. Our name is our web address. It is hot101.net. You can listen to us quite literally on any type of device, desktop, laptop, tablet, phone. You can Bluetooth to a Bluetooth speaker, and you can tell a smart speaker, you can tell Alexa, hey, Alexa, play hot101.net. And of course, TCP, the Culture Professional, keep up with them. Stay up with them. Really super important voice in our Commonwealth. And I know I say this every week that we may be based in Pennsylvania, but I think so many of the issues, so much of the policy, so many of the things, if you will, that are facing you wherever you might be. I believe possibly you might be surprised to know how similar, maybe is the best word, how similar that is to people all around the country. If we're dealing with fracking here in Pennsylvania, well, you're dealing with fracking in places all across the country, and the poisons and pollution and infrastructure damage that come with it. If you're having large percentages of your school budget taken away by for-profit charter schools, as we are here in Pennsylvania, that might be happening to you in your corner of the United States. And if it's not, then perhaps our talking about it is good enough to help you learn how to not allow it to happen to you. There are a couple groups that we share this program to that are focused strictly on healthcare and Medicare for all, and the different ways to make healthcare less expensive, more accessible, more free and open to everybody. That's a national issue. It's a national issue. So I know that we're Pennsylvania based and focused because I live here. I think it's a bit natural, but I really do believe with all my heart that the issues and the policy that we talk about is relevant to you all around the country and around the globe. We're seeing the complete, just utter destruction of the economy in the UK. And I'll talk about that, I hope, a little bit later in the program, because it was interesting. What's interesting about it well, what does the economy in the UK have to do with me? Well, the short answer is Mrs. Truss, who was prime minister for a whopping 44 days, her economic plan was Reaganism, more and more and more Reaganism. Cut taxes for the extreme wealthy, cut corporate taxes, frack for more gas and oil. She was also going to cut the National Health Service. She was going to cut, if not eliminate, home heating subsidies for the poorest people in Britain. And the economy completely collapsed. There was a run on money. The Bank of England had to actually get a 150 billion pound loan from the British government because folks were raiding their savings. Very similar to the bank raids at the onset of the Republican Great Depression. There's our guest driving, who is not supposed to be on camera while she's driving, folks. Get on when you get home. I hope you're listening to me. I'm telling you to be safe. So what was happening is that there was a run on the pound, and it was clearing out cash reserves, the Bank of England, which would be the essential equivalent of the Federal Reserve in the UK. And so I guess I'm saying in a very long-winded way, and in a way that I didn't quite mean to say, is that Reaganism strikes again. Let's put it that way. Maybe that's the easiest way to say it. Reaganism strikes again. That was Mrs. Truss's entire economic plan, was more Reaganism, more Thatcherism, more enormous tax cuts for the richest people and corporations, placing that burden on the poorest. And the economic system of the UK damn near collapsed. Now, mainland Europe was not really hoping that Brexit would pass, but I can probably speak for the authorities that are in the EU to say they're probably quite happy that Britain had separated itself, because Mrs. Truss and her complete bollocksing of the economy, that's a British term, probably happy that the EU stayed away from that. And it probably didn't, and it did not drag the EU with it. The EU has its own issues. They are having gas supply issues because the Russians are trying to cut them off. They're having inflation issues as well. I would say they're not inflation issues. I would say they're wealth extraction issues. But I guess this is an exceptionally long-winded way of telling you and trying to make the case to you that what we talk about on this program that might not seem like it affects you in your area of the world, it does. We are very interconnected. There are things that, if you're living in a residential neighborhood outside of in a suburb outside of Auckland, New Zealand, that you probably have things in your neighborhood that are unique to your neighborhood and probably not too connected to the United States. Fair enough. But there's also a lot of things that are. There's a lot of things that are. And that's why what we try to do here is discuss those things. And even if the exact nature of the policy, of the issues, is not exactly the same as you're encountering, again, in a suburb of Brisbane, or outside Nairobi, or or in the city of Nairobi, you're dead center in the middle of Mexico City, Toronto, or Calgary. There are certain things that do transcend. And That's what we try to get to on the program. So 526, again, wherever you might be on Facebook, that other side of information, hot101.net and TCP. Our guest is trying to be safe and yet somehow talk to us all at the same time. If you did not see the 9th congressional debate that occurred last night, Friday night. I posted the recording. I posted the recording of it today. I hope that you watch it. If you have not watched it yet, whether you live in the district or not, I hope that you watch it because it really was something quite extraordinary. What I think you had, my impressions, they don't have to be yours. You watch it, you see what you think, is that you had an incumbent right-wing Republican congressman ready to just scream and light his hair on fire and was never given the opportunity to do so. And because he couldn't, didn't really quite know what to do with himself. When the faux outrage is removed from the right wing, they don't quite know what to do because they don't really have a hell of a lot of policy to talk about because they really haven't proposed any. Now, in the last couple of weeks, there's been a little bit: end Social Security, end Medicare, completely defund Medicaid, completely reverse the ground gained as far as capping insulin at $35, capping the yearly expenditures by seniors for their medications. Once again, removing the right of Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the big drug companies. That's been the Republican plan so far. And of course, generally speaking, either damaging or ending democracy as we know it. So I think Amanda's opponent came into that debate ready to just scream, kick, light his hair on fire, distract, talk about things that don't exist, like teaching critical race theory in kindergarten, things like that, and never had a chance to do it. And was in some ways, almost boxed into a point where he had to discuss real issues and could not do it. And that is a revelation that all of us, everywhere across the country, and wherever you're dealing with right-wing extremism around the globe, could learn a lot from. Our guest is among the very, very least and lowest of her titles, my friend. She is the Democratic nominee for the United States House of Representatives from the 9th Congressional District here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And that is Amanda Waldman, who is driving, and I'm very angry at her because she's not supposed to be on a Zoom with me when she's driving, but she's somehow doing it anyway and maintaining a very lovely background. So Amanda, welcome home. Welcome back to the program.
Hi. That's a big introduction. I'm not sure I can hold up my end of the deal here.
Well, just stay safe, whatever it is that whatever end you're going to try to hold up.
I have a little, phone holder thing here. So I'm not really paying attention. Apologies to everybody on the screen. I'm sure it looked wonderful.
And we'll also have to hope that the rural broadband holds up too.
I was just going to say, I'm driving on 115 over the back mountain. So if I drop off, I will join again. It might take me a few minutes because, back roads.
Because
rural
broadband.
And
why would rural folks want to connect to the globe? Heaven forbid.
Right. And I have to join you from the car. I'm actually driving to another event that I have later over in Wilkes-Barre. So there's no rest for the wicked. Remember, Jeff? No rest.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it feels like that. That's for sure. Remind folks who may not be familiar with you or who might be new to our program, who is Amanda Waldman and how did you get here?
Well, Well, since you just went all robotic voice, I'm going to assume I'm going to drop this here any minute
That's possible.
or frozen. um, I am just a regular person. I grew up on a small farm. I am a single mom. I've got 2 kids. I worked as a lead intern for the Lieutenant Governor Catherine Baker Knowles' office back in 2008. And I said, no way would I ever go back to politics. No way. It's greedy, it's corrupt, it's icky, it's dirty. I don't want anything to do with it. Turns out that's the wrong approach to corruption in politics. When we turn a blind eye, we become apathetic. That's when it really starts to go downhill rapidly. So here I am running for office. Straight grassroots movement. No money from corporate PACs, no money from big business, no money from political parties, including my own. I have no hidden George Soros money, I promise you. That $30,000 that I've raised in this campaign so far came only from voters. So I'm running as a public servant. I'm not running as a corporate politician. I think we need to stop electing corporate politicians like my opponent.
Well, yeah, we're going to be battling this, I think, the whole time. She froze, got very robotic and froze. There's something interesting in that answer, though. Amanda does not need me to speak for her. Can easily speak for herself, at least as long as the broadband holds up. It was something you're going to find if you are able to watch her watch the debate. And again, I really, really strongly encourage you to watch the debate. It is on our home group page, that other side of information. I think I may have put it at the Our Revolution page as well. And if I didn't, I will. She's still working full time. Her opponent, Dan Muser, who voted to decertify the 2020 presidential election, and in my humble opinion, not Amanda's, not her words, my words, helped instigate the incident, helped instigate the events of January 6th. Not to the extent that Scott Perry did, who was subpoenaed and is currently under investigation by the Department of Justice, but he did help instigate the events of January 6th, in my words, not Amanda's, in my words. So that said, he's an incumbent. He has all of the trappings and perks, I guess, if you will, all the advantages of incumbency. So he's a right-wing Republican, which means he has endless supplies of corporate money should he need it. He is able to campaign on the taxpayer's dime, and does. And that's for both parties, by the way. Incumbents always are able to somehow campaign on taxpayer money. They do it. Let's just be honest, they do. They also collect money from PACs and corporations and spend that as well. But part of being a member of the House of Representatives, you get money to travel, so you can move that money off. There is a difference between official work and campaign work, but when you're in the incumbent and sitting in office, your official work and your campaign work really do tend to mix, especially when you're running every 2 years, as we do for the United States House of Representatives in the United States. So Amanda is still working full time, driving herself round to get to places that she needs to be by herself, while Mr. Muser can fly around and do pretty much everything that he needs to do. And hey, part of that is incumbency. And again, she doesn't need me to speak to her. She'll get back in. She's driving in some pretty mountainous territory. It does not have great mobile service, so that's part of the problem. But all of that said, she I do think it's interesting, and I do think it's something that we don't talk about enough of. The system is really, as rigged as the system is against the average individual in favor of the wealthy, it's also very much rigged for the incumbent of both parties, by the way, not just Republicans, but Democratic incumbents as well. And I happen to think that's pretty much almost every level of government. The incumbent simply has advantages. So he's using them. And as you would expect him to do. And it does make it hard for not just someone like Amanda, but any of us. I really mean any of us to run for office, because it's not that simple. And it's not that it's not that simple. It takes, incumbency really does feed on itself. When you're an incumbent, all the advantages come with it. And so not only is Amanda fighting and running a very underfunded campaign, a campaign that has received no assistance nationally and exceptionally little inside the state party. But you have to battle those, you have to battle the perks and the built-in advantages of being an incumbent. So Amanda's back. We're going to be dealing with this probably throughout the program, folks. I ask you to please stay patient.
Actually, I should be good the rest of the time.
Oh, you think you're in a good spot?
Yeah, I'm good for the rest of the way now. I'm on 309, so we're good. If
All right, well,
anybody's listening, that's driving on 309.
Yeah, let's just refresh everybody again to where we were, if you would not mind, please. This is, I think, your second or third time on the program, but for those who are new to the program or who have not had the opportunity to meet you yet, please tell folks who you are and how you got here.
I'm not sure where I cut out when I was saying that a few minutes ago.
No worries, start over. We're good.
Yeah,
For
I'm a country kid. I'm a farm kid. Grew up on what remained of my family's farm. Watched it be sold off to a developer when my grandfather was diagnosed with cancer. I wanted nothing to do with politics. I went to school to be a public servant. I've spent most of my life in the service of the public, as a case manager in a homeless shelter, went to school for human services, psychology. We don't need to elect corporate politicians. We need to be electing public servants. We need to elect people who know how to work with the public, who know how to listen to what people need and act accordingly. Whatever party you're registered for doesn't matter, because there's not a single one of us outside of the country clubs, outside of corporate America, that are represented. We pay all the taxes. These are taxpayer funded paychecks that our elected officials get. And we have nobody representing what's best for us. So I really am, I'm running a grassroots campaign, and I'm running a campaign for the people. So my yearly salary is $37,000. My campaign so far has raised not quite 30,000, and I've had $0 from the state party. I've had $0 from the national party. Hell, I can't even get a call back from the national party. So there you go. And it's because I'm registered as a Democrat, and I'm running in a blue or a red area. I don't disagree that it seems that the party may have turned their back. We didn't, as far as policy goes. Our policy is good for rural America, but we're not hearing, we don't have a showing. I just got a fundraising text message, if you could hear that beep. Yeah, like, no, I can't donate to you. I'm sorry.
The irony of you getting a fundraising
yeah.
text when you have no money of your own.
Yeah, it's daily. It's fun. Lots and lots of fun. I'm really just, I'm here to show the people what it would be like to actually have a representative that cares about them. And for any Republican who might be catching this show, I'm a blue dot in a sea of red. I'm making promises to you that I'm going to represent you. And if I don't hold up my end of the deal, if I don't keep my promises, if I don't work for the people, guess who the easiest person to kick out of office in 2 years is? This girl right here, me. I take that seriously. I'm not making these promises lightly. Having worked in government, having seen the seedy side just in our state government, I'm not going in this with a Pollyanna attitude like I can change the dark money and I can stop the, the entire septic drainage system into the swamp by myself. But I do believe in the power of the people. And I believe that when there are issues that aren't being taken care of by committees or bipartisan legislation, such as the PRO Act or the Prime Act, that just sit there and they get tabled every session, I know that I can bring that to the people. I can explain to you how a committee works. And the fact that there is no rule that when you send legislation to a committee, that it gets returned to the House or the Senate floor for a vote. I know that you, the people, will raise hell, and you'll do it nationwide. And you'll call every single person that sits on those committees, and you will call every one of your legislators so that your
There goes sound.
all of these elected officials hate. They have
I think we're fading.
to answer to angry constituents. So, did my sound go?
There was a little, please feel free to cut the camera off if you want to and or need to. It will save some signal. Certainly people want to look at you way more than me. This is why I do radio. It's a face for radio, but hopefully we'll conserve some signal if you don't have to send the picture out. But everybody can hear you, so we will continue. Please keep in mind, folks, Amanda is on the road. She's campaigning in whatever time that she's not working. Again, she's working a full-time job and campaigning for a federal office, which is not exactly a simple thing to do. So she's in between events and has been kind enough to join us on this 23rd of October. Amanda, what do you consider to be, when you talk to people about no longer electing quote unquote corporate politicians, how do you define that? I think most people generally know what you mean, but what does it mean to you?
So to me, I get to look at all of the campaign finance reports, which, by the way, those are open to the public. Anyone can go check out anybody's campaign finance report. And I'm going to use my opponent as an example. My opponent's campaign finance report shows donations from at least 3 gas and oil producers. It shows money from his own family's company called Prime Mobility. Those donations are roughly at least once a month, $5,000 or more. His money in from the pharmaceutical company, his own personal wealth. My opponent is worth millions, many, many, many millions. And I don't remember if it's 36 or 63. But it's a lot. And his personal wealth comes from a lot of these pharmaceutical companies. So when you look at a vote and you think to yourself, as I've done many times over my whole life, Why would someone vote against this? This seems to be common sense. And of course, you get the same lame answer, well, you can't apply common sense to government. Turns out you actually can. And if you want to understand how votes happen, why votes are this way or that way and not the way that common sense would dictate, look at the money. So why would Republican Party vote against Medicare having the option to negotiate drug prices so that you and I, just the regular people, have, lower prices on our pharmaceuticals, on our prescription drugs? It's because most of the GOP, and there are some Democrats as well, I'm not going to exclude them, they're taking donations from the pharmaceutical industry. They're not going to vote against their own pockets. It's just stupid. That's how you apply common sense to government. So those are the corporate politicians that I talk about. If a politician starts making an argument against veterans' health care as mine did, that it might balloon the deficit, but then they turn around and they vote for the largest increase in the Department of Defense spending in history, it had nothing to do with the deficit. It had everything to do with the insurance industry, where part of their donations come from.
So then why do this? It might sound like a repetitive question after asking you to explain to folks who you are, but with all of this against you, why go through all this? Why put yourself through this?
Why not me? Why not all of us? That's actually, I ran 2 years ago in a state house race, and that was an insanely red district. I mean, there are very, very few blue dots. If we don't do this, if we don't stand up and run, we're not going to have a government left. We're not going to have a country left. We're not going to have a democracy left. That's just a simple statement of fact. Becoming apathetic and not interacting with our government, stomping our feet and being like, well, I'm just not going to vote because they're all crooked. Well, then start voting against the crooked politicians. Stop reelecting them. Stand up and help people like me get elected.
Teresa in the comments asks, are there many candidates part of this? When she says this, she means that have a corporate stake or that are corporate owned. And she's relaying it to the issue of trans youth, which we can get into if you want to, but let me read her comment exactly as it's typed in. I might be taking it the wrong way, but I hope I'm not. Are many candidates part of this ? At stake corporately ? Because trans youth medical care is at stake.
I
think it would be hard for you
yes.
to paint that brush. Yeah, I mean, a lot of incumbents are, and sadly, too many on our own side of the aisle. But yeah, there is a lot of corporate. It's about
when people look at my campaign finance report. So the reason that my opponent was so completely and thoroughly unprepared for the debate Friday night was probably because they looked at my campaign finance report and said, she's going nowhere. We don't need to worry about her. What he wasn't counting on was that I know policy inside and out like the back of my hand. My skill set is not just people, it's research and policy. As far as other candidates, I'm not going to speak to anyone. I can't name names. I can tell you if you're concerned and you want to know if they're really working for you, go to the FEC website, type in their name and look at their campaign finance report. It breaks it down by individual donors and it breaks it down by corporate donors. So if you don't want to keep electing corporate politicians, you want to know where their money comes from, check them out. Do your own homework.
And it's important to note, Amanda, that, or at least I feel it important to note, I assume you agree, but you tell me. This is not a difficult thing to do, to go to the Google machine or, the interwebs, and find this information. It is public information. These campaign finance reports are required to be filed by law. And it's not a difficult thing to look them up and see who owns your representative, if anyone does. Would you agree with that? It's an easy, kind of an easy thing to figure out. An easy thing to do is to try to make yourself an informed voter. Would you agree?
Absolutely. There was an event, was in, oh gosh, what county?
Well, you've only got what,
I have
13? I was going to get to
12.
that.
I have 12 counties.
12.
It was in Cunningham, so it was in Luzerne. It was a gas gimmick event where they were selling gas for $2.38 a gallon, which is the same price it was when Biden took office. Now, I heard about this event. I saw my opponent talking about it on he was promoting it on all of his official pages, his official Facebook, his official Twitter, his website, his government website. And I thought, now how is he getting away with that? Because that's considered voter enticement, which is, paying a voter to vote for you. You get something in return for casting your vote for this candidate.
Right.
And
Very
then I
much-
found out.
Very much so. And you would think,
this
obvious, quite obvious, you would think.
Well, then I find out that this event was actually hosted by the Koch brothers. I almost felt the cringe among the listeners just now. Koch brothers have been doing this across the nation, paying for gas at $2.38 a gallon, usually in a 4 to 5 hour patch of time. And of course, everyone is going to go to that gas station and they're going to buy gas at $2.38 a gallon. If you're anywhere nearby, you're going to do that. It would be stupid not to. I have no problem with the Koch brothers offering people $2 off a gallon of gas. I think it's great. The bigger point of this is that my opponent then showed up as a candidate, not in his official capacity as a congressman, and proceeded to blame President Biden, the Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, and all the socialists in America for the high price of gasoline. At the same time, he sits on the Foreign Affairs Committee. In the Foreign Affairs Committee, it's been there since May 12th, is a resolution. It was supposed to be the agreement between the United States, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to increase oil production back to pre-COVID levels. Since we are reopened from the pandemic, demand has increased. Production is still not where it was when President Trump was still president. So tell me, who exactly is responsible for gasoline being $4 something a gallon? I don't think that it's the man who went to Saudi Arabia to undo President Trump's deal from April of 2020. And yes, that is a fact. President Trump went to Saudi Arabia in 2020, April, because we had to stabilize the oil market. So if everyone remembers, when we shut down, what happened to gas prices? They dropped. They were bottoming. The price of a barrel of oil was down to $0. They were being given away.
Well, let me
I'm not saying he did anything bad, but
Right.
why aren't we reversing it now?
push
And
back.
now
Let me
that
push back on that a
Saudi
tiny bit.
Arabia here, well, Saudi Arabia has now gotten pissed, and they're talking about decreasing production, keeping the prices high, artificially inflated. Is Saudi Arabia known for taking offense to things that shouldn't have been offensive or weren't intended to be offensive? Yes. Would this be payback for our government being so stuck in divisive party politics? that they're like, we'll show you. It's just, it is mind-boggling. It is mind-boggling to me that we're going to focus so hard on party politics instead of doing what's right. You and I, regular people, we don't make the kind of money that we can afford a $70 tank of gas versus the $35 to $40 tank of gas, which is where prices should be. Our elected officials can. This is no skin off their nose. Their gas is paid for by the taxpayers. So just my 2 cents on party division, party politics, complete and total nonsense, lies. And yes, I just had to refrain from swearing.
Let me push back a little bit to try to further explain what it is that we're talking about. When we were all asked, if not flat out required, to stay home at the beginning of this pandemic, and remember, it was the Trump administration that asked us to do that, required us to do that in many circumstances. And in addition to individual state governments, but it started with the federal government. It started with the Trump administration, and we were asked to stay home, not just so that we did not get COVID, but so that we did not overwhelm the hospital system, because the American hospital system is not set up for a pandemic, because empty beds, warehouses full of equipment, spare PPE, just sitting in warehouses waiting to be needed is not profitable. They didn't have that problem in the UK and places where you have more single payer centralized medicines. That said, I actually happen to think President Trump and the Saudis were right to say, look, basically the globe is shut off. So why are we pumping?
It was necessary.
Right. Why are we pumping all this oil out? There's no one to use it. You might as well slow down. But
Absolutely.
that production,
and we decreased our production decreased 20 million barrels per day in order to stabilize the market. 20 million barrel decrease. And that included a decrease from Russia as well. Now you fast forward, demand is back, which means production should increase. We are in a supply and demand economy. If supply does not increase to meet demand, you have inflation, because it suddenly became twice as costly to produce everything in this country. So it was definitely a good move on President Trump's part in 2020. I don't disagree with that at all. The market had to be stabilized. They weren't going to do it on their own. We had to make a deal. President Biden went to make the same deal in reverse to get production back up, and that included American companies. America still isn't at full production. That has nothing to do with the Biden administration. It has to do with all of our producers doing maintenance on their facilities. For 2 years, I don't think so. I know workers in this state. I know workers in this country. We're not lazy. We're not slow. We're not stupid. We're hard fucking working people. And there was an R in there. Sorry.
There was an F in there. And it wasn't fascist, unfortunately.
To say that it's taking this long is ridiculous. And I would like to, and I know, Jeff, I know for a fact that you have these numbers in your brain. I did not commit them to memory. How much money did our gas and oil executives make during COVID shutdown?
That I actually do not have a dollar figure for, but what I can say in relation to that is that the fossil fuel industry, especially the six largest of the fossil fuel companies, not the sixth largest, the top six, have recorded, I don't know why I keep goofing my
record profits.
They have recorded globally historic high net profits. So what do I mean when I say that? Not just
They
record.
just made a boatload of money when they had cut production.
Well,
And in
not just,
order for them to keep making this money hand over fist, they need to keep our production down.
well, not just
They
high
need to keep
profits.
making money hand over fist. So why would they donate to a political party? Would it be to guarantee that production doesn't increase? Just a thought. I know it sounds a little conspiracy theorist, but when you follow the money's going to give you all the answers you ever needed.
It's
Not going to buy you happiness, but it's going to explain a lot of things.
And it's not just high profits for fossil fuel companies. It's high profits, record high, globally high record profits for any corporation ever in the history of the planet. So if we believe so much in the quote unquote free market and a well-regulated quote unquote free market, the United States,
That's hilarious.
yeah, the United States gives a free $500 billion plus dollars. Senator Sanders will tell you it's closer to 800 billion. 500 plus billion, about $550 billion a year in free money to the fossil fuel industry. Just here in Pennsylvania, we give a touch under $4 billion. If we took that money and simply gave it to people to buy gas, the people would still be ahead. Given the amount of subsidies that are given to an industry. And you have to wonder about this too, because you're talking about, let's take ExxonMobil, which is the biggest fossil fuel company on the planet currently. They are routinely recording quarterly net profits, 20, 30, 40, 50 billion dollars. But we're handing them and the rest of the industry a free $550 billion. And yet we're still paying $3, $3.50, $4, $5. If you're in Hawaii, California, $9, $10 a gallon for gasoline. This is not inflation. It does not even meet the textbook definition of inflation. This is price gouging. If you want to, the free market is beginning to make its own decision. The cheapest electricity in Pennsylvania right now is solar, 15% up in just 10 years, up from 5%. So tripled in just 10 years. 15% of all the new vehicles sold are electric. Free market is making its decision. There is no free market when the federal government and governments around the world are completely propping up a dead industry. We're better than this. We're way, way better than this. Now,
I have to push back just a little on that. We actually do have inflation, but inflation is not the 80-cent price difference in a gallon of gasoline within the same county or within a 4-county radius.
I was going to say,
price gouging.
You probably see this. I know
we have a combination of both. I drive through. I'm at 25,000 miles now on my car. I literally just hit that on this drive. 25,000 campaign miles alone through 12 counties. And I can go a span of 10 miles and I'll see gas at 405 versus 349 within a 5-mile span. That is price gouging. That is not inflation. Inflation is the jump from 2 something a gallon to 3 something a gallon to 4 or 5 something a gallon. But these dramatic differences between individual gas stations within a geographic area, that is price gouging. So both things are at play right now. Plus, and this with the oil production and the cost of producing goods going up, causing inflation, that is a situation called cost push inflation. That will typically start to level itself out with, just supply and demand. Our situation has been more complicated by the supply and demand shipping issues as well. So not only is it more expensive to produce things and more expensive to transport them, we now have a bottleneck that we're dealing with as well. That's another issue that should have been dealt with. President Biden did do some to alleviate that with the shipping industry on the Pacific and the Atlantic coast. And that had to do with rules about, how high you can stack shipping containers. So we had freighters at our ports that could not unload because we didn't have enough room to move product. We didn't have enough truck drivers. We didn't have enough trains. We just couldn't move all of it because we couldn't get it into the port to get moved. So we do have inflation. When the supply chain problem started, that's when the Fed started increasing all of our interest rates. And that's actually in response to the supply chain issue, inflation. That's one of the solutions to that type of inflation. Another thing we need to be doing that our Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS and Science Act do, they focus on, I'm going to say, insulating in the future. These are long-term solutions to the current problem we have. They're not going to show an immediate effect. It takes a few years, but it's an insulator for down the road as well. And that is being less reliant on foreign oil. How do we become less reliant on a fossil fuel? We start focusing on alternative energy solutions. I'm not saying get rid of all fossil fuel. It's not what I'm saying at all. But so long as we are reliant on any fossil fuel from another country, we are going to play the same game that Saudi Arabia and OPEC are playing right now, where they're like, oh, instead of increasing, we're going to decrease again. Good luck to you. I'm making money. I don't care. I don't care that a family in America can't afford to get to work. Well, if you can't afford to get to work, how are you going to get a paycheck? That's not their concern. Their concern is money. So
I would postulate
it's one giant self-eating wheel. Like, you picture the snake eating its own tail, it's just going to keep going.
I would postulate that also the OPEC production cut is tantamount to direct foreign election interference in the 2022 congressional cycle midterm elections here in this country. Yes, they want to keep the price artificially inflated. They're going to be making money pretty much no matter what the price is. But this is also election interference. I remember the day that the price production cut was announced, simple little graphic post on our home group Facebook page that election interference comes in many different forms and from many different countries. The OPEC oil production cut was and is election interference because, again, remember this cute little detail about the production cut. It doesn't start until November 1st, 7 days before the end of the election cycle. So if that doesn't tell you about foreign election interference, I simply do not know what more evidence that you might need. It is 6:10 p.m. We are into our second hour here live on the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd of October, 2022. Our guest, you may not see her face because we're saving some broadband as she travels, is Amanda Waldman, the Democratic nominee for the United States House of Representatives from the 9th Congressional District here in PA. If you are wherever you might be across Facebook, please feel free to stay there in any of the 100+ places that we have shared the program to. However, if you would like to interact with us, we invite you, as always, to please come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. Quite a vigorous chat happening there right now. That is not to drag you away from any of the groups or pages that share this program. We're grateful to every single one of you. We couldn't have a program without you. But if you do want to take part in the chat or ask a question, we need you to come to the home group Facebook page because I won't see it otherwise. But thank you to every single group, every page, every individual, everybody that allows us into their little corner of the Facebook universe. We encourage you now currently, plus every member of our group at any time, to share the group and share the program to every individual group page, everywhere that you think it is a great place to send it on. That's how we continue. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. It is hot101.net, and we are proud to be part of the hot101.net family. You can listen to hot101.net really on any kind of device whatsoever, any kind of computer, tablet, phone, a Bluetooth speaker, Bluetooth it in the car, and you can tell Alexa, hey Alexa, play hot101.net and TCP, the culture professional from Lancaster, PA, with an enormous Facebook presence, who is always keeping tabs on and reporting on the happenings in the Lancaster, PA area. But as we, talked about at the top of the show, what's happening in one neighborhood affects yours. It might be across the country or even around the globe, but what affects us here affects you there. We are a global community, and we need to get along and work on these problems together. So Amanda stays with, are you stationary now, or did you give up on?
Yeah, I'm parked. I'm parked in front of the venue. I have another 25 minutes or so.
Before we get deeper into another policy,
I want to point out, well, when we talked with the Inflation Reduction and the CHIPS Act, so the CHIPS and Science Act is actually going to create a lot more American jobs. And it's also going to allow America to become an innovator in technology again, which means we will be less reliant on getting our computer chips from other countries. What does that mean here? That means that our vehicle manufacturers, our car companies, don't have to wait for shipments to come in from China or Taiwan.
90% of all the chips on the planet are made in Taiwan.
And
all of the computer chips that the United States military uses come from China.
hello. So,
but doesn't that make perfect sense?
These are two bills that my opponent voted against. But back in July, he did an interview, and he was asked the question, if he were president right now and he sat in the Oval Office and he could do anything, what would he want to do? And he said, create American jobs, make us a leader, fix inflation. And I thought, how noble. You want to do all of the things that you literally just voted against. And if you haven't seen the debate, please check out the debate, because he also voted, and I'm going to jump topic, to women's issues. He voted against the Contraception Act so that we all have access to contraception. Now, he is pro-life. He does say that he wants to ban abortion, except with a few exceptions. Well, why would you ban contraception? So to me, again, the pro-life movement is not about being pro-life. It's about being pro-birth. Because if it were pro-life, they would care about the lives of the children after they're born. They would care about the lives of the mothers who go without food themselves just to make sure there's something on the table for their kids to eat, even if it's a ketchup sandwich. No joke, there are parents relying on ketchup sandwiches.
Well, remember, Mr.
No
Reagan
assistance
said-
with healthcare. Yeah, no assistance with childcare, no assistance with healthcare. We want to cut food stamps. We don't want to give away free lunches at schools. Like, come on. How much do you really, really care about the life of another human being when the only thing you focus on is making sure they're born? After that, it's like, well, there you go. You're in the world. Welcome. You're on your own. Good luck. Sink or swim. Bye. That's not being pro-life.
Well, Mr. Reagan.
So obviously,
school
if
children
no one
that-
knew where I stood on the abortion debate or Roe versus Wade, I'd also like to remind every single woman listening that while we have been considered equal members of society for just over 100 years, We only have been able to have our own bank accounts and our own credit cards and get contraception for ourselves for what, 50, 60 years now.
So
We weren't allowed to have bank accounts and credit cards until the 70s. We weren't allowed to get contraception without our husband's or father's approval until what, the late 60s, was it? So to go backwards now, are we really considered equal with the men in this country? Does the Constitution not really mean that we are equal with the men here? That we can allow male legislators? And I would like to remind everyone in the state of Pennsylvania about your own state legislature. It is predominantly male, and it is predominantly white male. So are we still owned? If we cannot decide when and if we want to have a family, if we cannot decide if it is safe for us to have children, because many women have health issues. One of them is PCOS, where it literally, if you get pregnant, you could die. It is life-threatening at every stage of pregnancy. So what else do we lose? Are we going to lose our ability to have our own banks? Are we going to lose the ability to go to work? Are we going to lose the ability for us to even say no anymore? And we talked about this last time I was on the show. And for an abortion, medically, an abortion is the removal of any tissue at all from a uterus. What about cases of uterine cancer? What about being diagnosed for uterine cancer? That requires a biopsy. That's a removal of tissue from your uterus. Are doctors going to be prevented from performing that service? There are so many questions. So many things that will kill more women. We already have the highest maternal death rate in developed countries. How much worse are we going to make it? Now I'm going to flip to the tax side. So if life begins at conception, does that mean that parents expecting children, when they fill out their taxes, can now claim a dependent because the wife is a month along? Because she's, 2 days into a pregnancy? Does she get to claim the dependent now? Just a thought for tax purposes. How do you define it? You probably weren't going there yet. You were probably saving that till later.
Well,
I mean, it's like I said, there's just so many questions. I don't want to be owned by anyone. My campaign motto is unbought and unbossed. I'm not bought by these corporate interests. I'm not bought by anyone but the people, which means my only boss is the people. My boss isn't a man who says you have to have children. You can't go to work because you need to be barefoot and pregnant in a kitchen somewhere. No, I'm going to tell you to go F off. That's how I feel about that. All the streetlights just came on. Got really bright in my car. I have to duck down.
let me go back
Lean
to
forward.
something. Well, first off, let me just mention to the folks out there that the United States has the highest infant mortality rate and maternal mortality rate of any of the supposed quote unquote first world nations. When you, I guess you'd say limit it, which I don't necessarily mean, but when you narrow that to women of color, it's even worse. So that's our great healthcare system, so to speak. Also, but I want to ask you, we can bounce around, of course, on topics and issues and so on. I just want to ask you this before I forget, because I will, because we'll get onto something and then I'll forget. And there he is. He punched the mic once a show, always punch the mic. Even Ronald Reagan instituted a windfall profits tax. President Carter did it. We've had windfall profits taxes at many different times in our history. including President Roosevelt said very publicly that no one will get rich off of this war. Again, Carter did it on the oil industry, even during an oil crisis. Reagan did it. The Brits are now doing it and then handing the money directly to their people to pay for petrol and home heating oil, et cetera, et cetera. The state of Alaska takes all of its oil revenues and divides it evenly among the people. That right now, if you are a resident of Alaska, you get, the last I heard, it may have gone up, but it could be wrong. So it could be wrong, folks. Please don't hold me to this, but I believe the last time Alaska sent out checks, they were $2,000 for every man, woman, and child in the state on off of their oil revenues. Is it time, given everything that you and I have talked about oil and the supposed inflation surrounding it, for a windfall profits tax on the oil companies? Or I should say the fossil fuel companies, not just oil, but the fossil fuel companies. Is it time for a windfall profits tax?
Jeff, I would settle for them just to pay their damn taxes now. Just regular taxes. Yeah, windfall profit tax would be great. And I'm smiling because as you were talking, I could hear Andrew Yang with the UBI.
Yeah.
And the fact that he had the data. And he had the data.
Yeah.
He
There's
still
nowhere.
has the data. He may not be a Democrat anymore. He may have stepped off on a odd tangent. I'll give him that.
Somewhat.
But as a former Yang Gang supporter, UBI, in the face of increasing automation, in the face of increasing windfall gains by corporations, yeah, putting humanity first would be great. Putting the people back in control. And if you look at this and you really care about your constituents, why wouldn't you do this? I don't have an answer for why the Republican Party has latched on to the payments that we got during COVID. That did give us more buying power, but what it also did was it allowed families to have a savings account. Do you know I have a savings account right now? My $37,000 a year job. It has $100.27 in it.
Payments, by the
I
way.
can't afford to put more in.
Payments, by the way, that began during the pandemic under the Trump administration.
Yeah. And during the debate, my opponent had mentioned that the starting wages should go up at least to $13 an hour. And I did the quick, simple math, and that's $26,000 a year.
Below the federal poverty line.
Way below. I am at the federal poverty line with my wages. So why is it so hard for our elected officials to understand what we have to do, what our kitchen table issues could possibly be, when we're trying to figure out how to make that much or that little money go as far as it needs to, when we're looking at mortgage or rental rates of $1,000 a month or higher? Again, applying common sense to government should be simple. We should be able to say, hey, we had record economic growth, and up until the whole gas issue, our economy was doing really well. And you can go back in time and you can look at all of the talking points by Republican elected officials. You can look at them by Democratic elected officials. We were doing well. And then all of a sudden, bottoms up. We're tanking. The people can't pay their bills. They can't get to work. They can't afford public transportation. They can't afford more than a ketchup sandwich for their kids.
There goes the phone. There goes that phone holder.
You know, it's, yep. So what kind of country do you want to live in, I guess, is really what all of this boils down to. Do you want to live somewhere where you can afford to live off your own hard work? Or do you want to live in a system that corporations are the only people that matter? They don't have to pay taxes.
Or that
People in the
corporation,
top 1% have loopholes and they have deductions that they're able to take. But yet our workers in the construction industry or electrical field, or, you know, pick any worker that has to supply their own steel-toed boots for work or special uniforms or Carhartts. They can no longer claim a deduction for all the money that they put in to going to work every day. But yet someone who's making, you know, $1 million a year, they get to stash their money all over the place. They don't have to claim what they're earning off of their stocks. They don't pay taxes on all of their actual income. But we can't even have simple deductions.
you said something rather telling just now, and it kind of just came out. I don't think it was intentional, but I think it has become sort of secondhand and intentional and by habit in this country. You mentioned what kind of country do we want to have? And is it the kind where corporations are the people that we work for and that get everything? Are corporations people to you?
No,
So
they're
much of
not
what
to
we're
me.
talking about,
Corporations don't walk in to a voting place on November 8th and decide who their elected officials are going to be. Why should they have so much control over people in government, over these people who are supposed to be serving constituents? Last I checked, and I was a poll watcher last year, last I checked, those were regular people walking in voting for people.
is
You know,
is the big difference in funding between you and your opponent, is that a prime example? You explained earlier on where's money's coming from, the different donations per month, like clockwork and so on. Is he a prime example of just how much damage the Citizens United decision has done to this country?
yes. This is all a prime example of what Citizens United has done to this country. And the name Citizens United, it makes it sound like it's good for the people, doesn't it? Sounds like united we stand and this is great. This is horseshit. This is just like right to work legislation. It should be illegal to call it right to work. It is right to be exploited by
It's right
your
to work for
employer.
less. It's right
It
to
is right
work
to be
for
exploited.
Yeah.
To be exploited, period. To be exploited. Because that's what happens. And I do love the talking point against raising the minimum wage, that should be determined by private industry. Well, private industry hasn't decided that we need to make more than $7.50 an hour for decades. So really the private sector is going to determine this, and they're going to determine a fair living wage. I don't think so. When they get money from the government, who gets to see that? It's not their workers. It's their top CEOs and board members. Now, come on, stop thinking that the private industry or corporate businesses are going to care if you live or die. You're a dime a damn dozen, and they'll replace you before your keyboard is even cold.
I've always been fascinated, before I get into my bottom of the hour reset here, it's always been fascinating to me, folks. This is nothing Amanda and I haven't talked about in different circumstances and different forums before. When David Koch ran to be was the vice presidential nominee of the Libertarian Party in 1980, among his platform planks was to eliminate the minimum wage, that the quote unquote free market would set labor wages. And even if we accept that, because we have actually seen some of that happen. Uline, when I moved back to the Lehigh Valley in its brand spanking new warehouse that government paid mostly for, just outside of Allentown, was still paying, I think, only $10 an hour. In just under 7 years, that they're now offering some opening salaries as high as $35 an hour. I would suggest that you need to pay people $35 an hour to be treated that poorly. But that's a different topic for a different day. He wanted to eliminate the minimum wage entirely. He actually also wanted to eliminate the Department of Labor, eliminate all child labor laws. My question then for you to think about during my program reset here is these supposed captains of industry, these supposed, brightest of our corporate society, so to speak. How does one become a consumer of goods, services, when you make 30 cents an hour or 30 cents a day or $1 a day if you're lucky?
If we
See,
want
this
to
isn't a
look
free
at
market deciding
Main Street,
wages are. It's the corporations would be then deciding what the wages are. And when there are so few corporations left because we have not enforced the antitrust laws for going on 50 years now, they're colluding to set wages. Except one thing that corporations can never tell us is that by artificially suppressing wages, what money are we exactly supposed to buy their goods with? I leave you to ponder that for about 3 minutes. It's 6:33 Eastern Time here in the Eastern Time Zone of the United States, wherever you are around the globe. In fact, if you are in Australia and New Zealand and in that area in the Far East, it's already Monday morning. Well, happy back to work Monday morning for you. For our Hot 101 listeners across the African continent, Western Europe, Canada, Mexico, and across the Pacific, thank you all for being a part of our program. As we are an hour and a half into the program already, if you have missed any of today's program, it will be converted by George from a Facebook format onto our YouTube channel. Could be as early as later tonight. I think last week he did it around Wednesday, but then again, George has a life too. He donates his time, so we do it. I'll take it whenever he's able to do it. But you can always go to our YouTube channel, which is also called, same as our Facebook, That Other Side of Information, and see the program in its entirety. Don't know why I'm having speaking problems today. Perhaps maybe it's finally that stroke I've been praying for, but it's coming. I'm fumbling and spitting all over myself today. I don't know where my words are, but they're avoiding me today. But that said, wherever you are on Facebook, thank you for allowing us to be there. That Other Side of Information is our homepage. It's where there is a very vigorous discussion going on in the chat. We thank you for that. I do apologize to some of you. I have not been able to get to all of your comments so far. I will try to work my way back and ask the questions if there are any. I think it's mostly been conversation amongst you, which is terrific. If you do have questions, please come to the home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. Find the post for the show, open up the comments, put everything in there. If I see a question, I will ask it. I promise you. Hot101.net all around the globe. It's our name is our web address. Apple App Store, by the way, and Google Play Store to get the Hot101.net apps. If you have any other kind of device, you can use the Tune In radio app. Go up to the search bar, search for hot101.net, and you will find us there. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And TCP, please check them out, the Cultured Professional from Lancaster. So let me ask you that, by the way. How do we continue to be consumers of things? And since the United States has become primarily, if not exclusively, a consumer-based economy instead of an industrial and manufacturing one, how do you buy things if you have no money?
I've been asking the same question. Why did our main streets fail? It wouldn't happen to be the corporate malls coming in. Could it?
Hmm.
Our main streets are starting to come back, but they're still struggling. Our main street businesses, this was someone else's dream. We live in America. What are we guaranteed? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We're guaranteed the American dream if we can make it happen for ourselves, correct? So if your community members can't afford to come and shop at your store, whatever type of shop it might be, what does that tell you? What do we do about that? If you are electing people who refuse to make sure the people living in your community can survive on their own hard work, you need to really take a long, hard look at that. If you're going to still elect people who are doing that, common sense. If the people can't afford to live, and this is coming, I worked 3 jobs at a time to take care of my kids, just to provide basics, just to provide food, clothing, roof. Not any of the other bills that go with that. Not because I'm lazy, not because I'm not qualified, but because our wages are so incredibly low. A family of 3, which we were, can't afford to live. We can't afford the excess. We have 0 disposable income. I'm sure as hell not going to vote for people who want to make sure that people like me stay in a hole like that. If I'm working hard, I should be paid for my work. My CEO, my bosses, and my board members should not be making record profits when I'm still struggling. And I actually had this conversation with my company many times. I'm kind of loud about it.
Well, Henry Ford famously said,
Just stop the cycle.
Henry
It's
Ford
easy.
famously said,
Trickle down economics does not work. Nothing trickles down to us from the top except a pile of crap. That's what comes down to us. Do you want to stay in the sewer? That's the question you really have to ask yourself. Do you want to keep working and staying in the damn sewer? Or do you want to be able to open your own business? Do you want to open that bakery? Do you want to have that bed and breakfast? Do you want to open an art gallery? Do you want to be a painter? What is your dream? And why would government stand in the way of that? Here's a clue. You can't possibly afford to donate as much money as a big corporation can to a single politician. So stop electing the politician. Start voting for your own wallet. Do your research. Use common sense. It's what we use to survive every day of our lives. Look at who's voting against you and who's voting for you, and act accordingly.
Henry Ford famously said that when he received grief from the other automakers about how he had priced his cars, he famously said, I want to build a car that my own workers can afford. I was always fascinated at Walmart at Christmas, how they would have food collections for their own employees, asking other employees to bring food for their fellow employees. And it always fascinated me how a store, again, who doesn't manufacture anything, but is simply pure consumerism, how they could continue to pay their own employees a wage where those employees could not afford to shop in that own store. I've always been fascinated by that. And we talked before you joined us a bit about the United Kingdom, whose economy almost completely collapsed, had a run on its national bank, and had to take a loan from the government of over 150 billion pounds because of that run, because the already disgraced former prime minister, Mrs. Truss, after only 44 days, Her economic plan was exactly that: trickle down, cut taxes massively, not just even just a little bit, by the way, really broadly cut taxes on the richest people, on the biggest corporations, massive expansions of fossil fuel extraction, and put those costs on the poorest people. How much longer, you have a famous, I'm making it
Has to
famous now.
go.
What, you got to go? Well, then good. You can end on this. You have a
I'm
famous,
gonna plug. Okay.
tell me, you got a famous phrase that says, nothing changes until we change it. Tell people about that, then finish. How do they find you and all that fun stuff?
If you keep electing the same politicians, nothing will ever change. This is the political version of an insanity definition. Keep electing the same people and expecting different results is never going to work in your favor. Try new people. Hold them accountable, just like you're going to hold me accountable. I am a blue dot in a red district. If I do not do my job, I'm super simple to get rid of. It shouldn't be based on political party, though. That statement should apply to every single person ever elected to office. My first order of business when I get into office, and I will, is to change rules of committees so that legislation, really good bipartisan legislation, and I'm going to do a shout out to farmers because you all know what this is, the Prime Act. So good, solid bipartisan legislation like the Prime Act doesn't get sent to the Agricultural Committee and tabled for 4 sessions. You've been waiting 8 years for this. And you know who would have benefited the most in 2020 if this had been passed? Every single listener and every single person in this country, because we wouldn't have had empty meat shelves in our grocery stores. Look up the Prime Act if you want to know what it's all about, because I really don't have enough time to go into it.
Mhm.
But I want to change the rules of these committees, and I want to make every piece of legislation that goes into a committee, whether it's a Senate committee or a House committee, it must be returned to the floor for a vote. Our legislators need to vote on this legislation based on its merits. Holding it up is not acceptable. And FYI, look up Mo Briggs. I know that's a vicious name in a progressive Democratic group, but he highlighted the problem with committees and why they work the way they do. The majority and minority seat in committees are bidding wars. Whoever can get the most money for the seat gets the seat. Guess who may have been paying for the top 2 seats in the Agricultural Committee? One of the giant agricultural companies in this country. The ones going around sucking up small farms, putting them out of business. Sound familiar? Changing the rules of committee might not get rid of that money, but it's going to make sure the legislation doesn't get hidden from the American people. That's not a partisan statement. Majority and minority seats, those are held by both parties.
How do people
That's
find
first
you?
order of business.
How do people find you and
Find
follow
me
you
at
before you go?
Waldman, the number 4 PA.com. Here on Facebook at Waldman, the number 4 PA. That's the same Twitter handle I use. Honestly, don't follow me on Instagram or TikTok.
Mhm.
I'm 47. I have not mastered all of the social medias. And I only raised $30,000 this campaign, which means I don't have social media interns. So no one got to the TikTok or to the Instagram, and no one could teach me. So I'm sorry. I'm old. All of the kids out there, I hope you are all laughing at me because I still haven't even figured out Facebook Reels. So just, full disclosure, vote for a public servant. Don't vote for a corporate politician. If you're not sure if it's a corporate politician, look up their finance reports. That will tell you all you need to know about that person and how they're going to vote. And on a completely different topic, I want to give a plug here because this is the event I'm going into. Everyone can see this. My camera's not going to work, I guess.
Yeah.
If
If you shut
anyone
off
would
the
care to
background, it might work.
I can't do that from my phone. If anyone is interested in the arts, please consider, and you live in Luzerne County, please consider making a donation to the Circle Center for the Arts. That's actually where I'm heading in right now. So thank you guys very much. Jeff, I will try and rejoin you in a little while, be closer to the 8 o'clock hour if you're still going. Okay?
We'll see if we're still going. But you go enjoy your event. Thank you for being here. You always know how to get here, 2 weeks to election day. So if whether we see you later or not, just be safe out in the campaign trail, and you know how to come and visit us. We will be rooting for you.
Thank you very much. I will see you all soon. Bye.
That's Amanda Waldman, the Democratic nominee for the United States House of Representatives from Pennsylvania's 9th district. So much that we did not get to. But with that said, I do think the general, how should I say, theme, if you will, of Amanda and what Amanda was trying to put forth is very, very valid. And it's something that I think that I don't want to say that we've given up on it. I think we're better than that. But we have come to accept mediocrity, stalemate, stagnation, a war between the two parties. I am more partisan than Amanda. And quite frankly, I kind of admire her commitment to being as bipartisan as humanly possible. She is way better at it than me, or than me. Grammar. I admire it. I truly do. And I don't think she's just putting that on because she is the nominee in such a deeply red district. It's who she is. I've known Amanda for a good long time now. I admire her a great deal. So I am more partisan. I am more aggressive. I am more on the offense than most. And I actually do believe that the Democratic Party needs to be more on the front foot than we've been. But her point, I think, is very, very valid. And I would be interested to know what you think, my dear audience. That we have, since the onset of this hyper politicization and this hyper divide, when war was declared on Democrats, on unions, on the middle class, that we have become, as a part of that, plus the Citizens United decision, by the way, we have become complacent. We have become accepting, way too accepting of, again, of mediocrity, of stalemate, of the idea that if a Republican comes up with an idea for whatever thing, that it is automatically not taken into account by those on the left, progressives included. And we know that this is happening on the right. A Democratic legislator in Pennsylvania could have the cure for cancer, and probably 90% of the Republicans in the Commonwealth will be against it simply because a Democrat came up with it. So we've become accepting of so much less than we are worth, so much less than we deserve, really. And I think this hyper partisanship, and let me back up again to say that we have become accustomed to, willing to accept the crumbs, willing to accept the scraps. I've mentioned to you before. I mean, Amanda dropped a couple swear words that I normally don't do on the program, and that's, we are allowed to. I can, and I'm allowed to swear like a truck driver on the show. I just generally don't, because I do know that we have younger listeners, so I try not to do it. Even though I know they hear a hell of a lot worse probably at school than anything I say here, but I do try to stick to that part of the FCC of the seven. What is it? The seven. Not deadly words, the seven adult words or something. Forget what Carlin used to call it. George Carlin used to call it. But that said, there's something that Tom Hartman says a lot on his own national radio program. And boy, if I could only be half or even a quarter that successful. But even on his terrestrial radio stations where the FCC does govern everything, is stop pissing on me and tell me that it's raining. That is trickle down. Stop pissing on me and tell me that it's raining. It's not raining. It's just not. You're getting pissed on. We have to stop believing that when you're getting pissed on, that it's somehow good for you. Toxic chemicals don't make the flowers grow. Do you know what I mean? We can do better than this. And so I think her overall theme of that we can do better, that we do need to look, that sometimes in certain parts of this country, we do have to look beyond party. And we simply have to look for registration. Or I'm sorry, representation is what I meant to say. Forgive me. Come on. There we go. Okay. Code 717. First name and where are you calling from, please?
Gary Eugene Brown. I'm calling from beautiful Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Oh, Gary Brown, your name doesn't pop up, and I think it's because I don't have you saved in my phone book, so it doesn't sync, and Google doesn't know who you are. Not that you need Google to know who you are, because you are famous in your own right, Gary Brown. But that said, so when I get 717, yeah,
it goes through my beautiful Nexus server. That I have the same server that Hillary Clinton does. It's one of these really cool servers that make sure that I don't get hacked by my next door neighbor who worked for Don Mastriano, whatever. Yeah. But anyway,
is that Don as in like the Don, as in like Kiss the Ring Don?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mastriano. What's the guy's name?
Deputy Doug. Yeah.
Doug, whatever. I'm going to do my best James Carville, and it sounds a lot like Ross Perot impression. Okay. It sounds a lot like Ross Perot. I like Ross Perot. He's a splitter. He created Chad. Okay. Hanging Chad. But anyways, I've really watching Carville a lot lately, and he's telling us what we need to do here in Pennsylvania. We need the Democrats in office. Like I've seen this young African American sister who's a fire. We need people in office to get up in front of the House and say, "You guys we need that. It's time for that." I don't think we need to be running on the hill, running behind Republicans trying to be partisan with some, because they're all united. They'd walk off a cliff if Trump's in to do it. There's a guy who Trump just recently said would kisses, you know what, in order to get his support. Well, they're all doing that here in Pennsylvania. All GOP is doing that. While he's been in office the past few years, they all became these quid pro quo guys, especially here in the Lancaster area, creating these businesses so that they can give back to him and bless his feet for them not having to pay taxes for a few years he was in office. So they feel like they need to give back. We have a company here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I'm looking at Cargill. I just read about the profits that the owners taking, and they're talking, they're complaining about inflation. Well, that 50 some odd percent increase in profits is going to who? 3 or 4 major shareholders. That's it, the owners. What do we do about that? They're major contributors to the Republican Party. They control the pork and the meat, the commodities, the perishable agricultural commodities that are placed on your table every single night. Most people, they control the cost. So we don't need to chase after the right. They're doing all that they can to try and squeeze out the little family. They're trying to say it's the economy, stupid, but Carvel, but no. I think some of those Democrats are smart enough to know, and we're trying to spread the word to people that it's companies like Cargill and a few others who are making these huge profits. And as for the supply chain, and I believe that. I think a lot of these companies were insured for that, and they also receive PPP. Correct me if I'm wrong. Some of them corrected. In addition to that, they saved what, almost $2 trillion in not having to pay taxes. So I kind of think before the election, this time right now, they're doing all that they can. They're pulling together all these conservative companies, and they're just gouging for profit. What do you think?
What do I think? And yet I'm speechless. That doesn't happen much. So congratulations, Gary. I think you're right, but what I find hard to now wrap my head around, and I was actually going to ask you this. I don't suspect I'm going to have another. It's us folks for the rest of the show, whether that's an hour, 2 hours, because 9 o'clock Sergeant Matt comes up on here on the Facebook page and on Hot 101. So we either have an hour if we end at 8, we have 2 hours if we end at 9. So it's us, it's you and me on the phones. The problem I have, Gary, is where does it start? And what I mean by that is, gosh, I know exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm actually really having a hard time formulating it today. What I think you're talking about generally in the corporate ethos, I think is absolutely correct. But I think sometimes, if not all the time, we really do need to trace this tree back to the root. I do think we tend to lose the forest for the trees. We tend to lose the branches to the trunk, if you will, allow me the tree analogy, or perhaps a different analogy. We look at the ocean, not the species in it. So there is this corporate ethos, but I do think that maybe the American people, and I believe, and I have some faith, that we are smarter sometimes than we give ourselves credit for. And I guess the problem with what I'm going to be proposing here is that we could disagree on the root of all of these issues. But I think that the systemic problems in this country now, and because we seem to have a clash now between a second Gilded Age, which led us to the first Republican Great Depression and then into another world war. We have the rise of a Christian nationalist state and the continued blurring of the lines between government and church. And by the way, there's a good number of churches who want nothing to do with that blurring of the line, by the way. So if you even think that the Christian white nationalist evangelicals are even have a church to represent themselves, but so we have that. We have the rising of a theocracy, of a religious state, something the founders never wanted. And we have the actual form of government, we are staring the end of the American experiment in the face. So how do we find the root to all of that and try to solve the problem from there? Which is not in any way to say, this is very complex. I need you guys to stick with me. That's not in any way to say that women's bodily autonomy is not in and of itself important. It absolutely is in every way, shape, and form. But the root behind that assault on women's bodily autonomy, it's not to say that a rise in the minimum wage is not long beyond necessary. What is the root behind the fact that we don't have one? Why did we stop enforcing the antitrust laws? Why did we stop arresting employers for employing and exploiting the labor of folks who had crossed the border? Why? What is the root behind the fact that when the stock market skyrockets and sets new records, at the same time we have record high homelessness and poverty and child poverty and infant mortality and maternal mortality? What is the root behind these things? Please understand, I'm not discounting anything that you just said to me. I'm asking you, in your own deeply experienced opinion, as well as you're an American citizen and resident of this country opinion, are we losing? Are we? Is it time to stop looking at these individual issues and get to the damn heart of it and start from there? Does any of what I'm asking you make sense? It was very long-winded, but I mean, does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I'm going to go back to Carville. Well, James Carville, he says, roots create rabbit holes. We've been chased down so many rabbit holes, we've lost focus. And the Democratic Party's been split, the Republican Party's split, and we're all going in opposite directions. So we're all scattered. So we need to really get refocused. We need to stay on point and make 3 points for this election. The biggie is the abortion issue. And one of my earlier comments, I've referenced the gentleman who called a man, the Caucasian man from England who created the hysterectomy. And he did gazillions of them before he thought this would solve women's problems in every single way. Well, it was 2008 when a female doctor from OBGYN from Mayo Clinic says, stop. It was a lot of it was unnecessary. What did he know about the woman's body? And it caused a major uproar. She was right. Here with the abortion issue, we have men in suits saying, hey, I don't know when my wife's last menstrual cycle was. Don't know anything about it. But she may have had an abortion. He probably wouldn't even know it. In fact, there's a great campaign right now where a wife does have an abortion and the police comes rushing to the house to arrest her. I don't know if you've seen that campaign. And the husband is not at all aware of it. But my point being is that we need to stay on point. Abortion should be at the Supreme Court. Abortion and this 5 years of statute of limitation on the the insurrectionists. We need to make people aware that if things are not happening fast, it's going to happen within 5 years. We will get these people. So I make the same point. I think we need to stay on point about this. Stop creating more. They love that we're creating more and more rabbit holes, and it's just following them down the rabbit hole. Does that make sense to you?
I mean, to a point,
abortion.
To a point, yes. I do agree with you that we can get. I think that's what they're very, very good at using the social issues for.
Yeah, but
watch
down the lane thing.
Trans kids and
everybody's talking about it.
Right. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. Maybe I'm not agreeing 100%, but I'm certainly not disagreeing with you in any way. I
agree with you, but
I do think that we get sucked down these different rabbit holes in the social issues. We get, the daily outrage. Goebbels talked about the daily outrage, and that it was a way to keep the German populace occupied so that they didn't know, which might be a really bad pun on my part, I just realized. It kept them busy. It kept them distracted from the other things that their government was doing in their name. I think that we have that now in this country by the right with the daily outrage. Dear God, there's a trans kid in your school. And then a day or so later, that kid now wants to play sports. Oh my God, where are they going to go to the bathroom? All the while, the corporate hand is in your back pocket, taking more and more and more from you. And the government created by the founders, based on democratic principles that go back to Athens, is quite literally on the verge of ending. But when you can't feed yourself, you can't see a doctor, the school that your kids go to has lead pipes, a Republican Supreme Court strips 54% of the population of their bodily autonomy, it is easy to get distracted. I'm not blaming anyone for being distracted. I guess what I'm talking about is, I don't guess, I know what I'm talking about. Perhaps I'm not saying it right. That's two different things. Is that we need to refocus on the root of these things. The issue of trans kids is not an issue about trans kids. The Koch brothers, the remaining brother, I should say, and both of them, when David was still alive, were very vocal, actually, as little press and few interviews as they did, were very vocal about some of these social issues. They simply did not care. They quite literally didn't care about the Second Amendment or whether same-sex folks could get married or adopt children. They quite literally, the trans, outrage, so to speak, this fake outrage is newer, a little newer compared to the Kochs. That said, again, generally speaking, on social issues, marijuana, they didn't mind that either. The Kochs, of course, are not into pharmaceuticals, so the pharmaceutical industry, of course, is against it, but they're actually quite hands-off on social issues. But they make wonderful, wonderful distractions from the fact that people like the Kochs not only do not pay taxes, but get huge refunds, and that they are extracting wealth from you. The biggest couple of industries that Koch Industries is involved in is paper, wood products, paper, building products, etc., Georgia Pacific,
and fossil fuels.
Mhm.
Well, environmentalism, actually wanting to save forests, is kind of against the profit of a corporation like Georgia Pacific. Solar, wind, tidal, geothermal, electric vehicles is antithetical to a fossil fuel industry. So what do they use to artificially inflate these prices, to deflect from the rather open way that they buy politicians and or install politicians they have already bought? You get this right-wing Christian nationalist, oh my God, there's a trans kid in your school. You know, in Amanda's debate with Mr. Muser, the idea of the Second Amendment came up. And again, Amanda and I have some disagreements on how she handled her debate, but one thing she handled with absolute brilliance is that every time Mr. Muser was ready to go in there and scream and you know, just hair on fire, the trans kids are coming to take everything away from you, and watch out for the immigrants at the border and that all. Her answer and her tone was so civil, so bipartisan, so common sense, he could do none of that. And the Second Amendment question, and I would say, by the way, the questioners during this debate and Matt Cartwright's debate, by the way, were just exceptionally lazy. The questions were just, do you believe in a Second Amendment right to bear arms? Okay. Really, really deep research that you did on that one. Thanks for that. Did you figure that out when you guys sat down? I mean, it was awful. There was no research done. No research done into Mr. Muser's voting, by the way, to say in a debate, you voted against this thing. Why? And then allow Amanda to express a differing opinion. That said, when it came to the Second Amendment, you know, he went on the usual Second Amendment tirade. It was her turn to rebut. And she said, I'm a gun owner. And he had nothing. The Second Amendment thing, this trans kids, the trans kids playing sport, same-sex couples adopting, this so-called flood of immigrants. These are distraction techniques. These are distraction techniques.
My comeback for the Second Amendment is, it's almost hunting season, and you know I've had two vehicles have deers run into my vehicle out in the countryside because those deers are scattering, running away from hunters. I've had 2 cars totaled over the years.
Well, they're being paid. The deer are being paid off by the auto body industry.
Yeah.
To create work.
Like, yeah, folks, in a debate. How many of you had a car destroyed by a deer? Yeah.
Gary, let me ask you something. Well, and I will, ladies and gentlemen, the phone is, you know, when Gary, I can only take one call at a time. When Gary hangs up or leaves the program, the phone line will be open. It's 267-227-9189. If you're watching on Facebook, it's on the screen. For a radio audience, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. I can take one call at a time. I will try. If you miss or can't get through, please keep trying. But I want to ask you, Gary, in your political experience, how important are debates still? Do you watch them the way I do? I'm trying to watch every debate I can see on C-SPAN or locally. Do you think debates still matter? Are they still important? If you do believe that they are, how would you encourage people to watch them, even if they have to find them, if they can't watch them live, but find them online and watch them and study them and really listen to them?
Debates are so very important. I believe that the person does not want to debate, that person does not get my vote. No debate, no vote. no debate, no vote. Experience. I'm the person. I want to hear the person's experience. I want to hear that person basically just function. Give an example. There's this TikTok I have out there for where I asked April Weaver here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, a question at an event, and she just is like good. She was afraid of people, especially let alone a huge black man just asking her questions. She was just so her like up on stage in front of a hot mic. It's important to see how she responds under pressure of a question coming from someone like Mike Sterlo with brilliant. They talk about bipartisan experience.
Mhm.
Like Mike will have her for lunch during the debate because he's just. I'm not biased. The dude is like he's sharp. He's very very. He's well seasoned. I think he's more years seasoned than maybe her age, and that shouldn't be a comparison, but he's sharp. And hearing that she did want to debate, well, and others debates are huge, and I try to seek them out. Love the debate in Florida with recently with Marco Rubio and Van Val. I loved it. So maybe I'm an old guy. I'm a puppy. I'm a 58-year-old. But let me tell you, to her point about TikTok, a quick story about I'm an IT guy, former IT guy. I go into Best Buy here and in Lancaster, and I noticed that it's hard for me to get help. And I look around the age demographics of people who are receiving help. They're men my age. So I'm grateful that I was in IT. I really don't need help. I go and it's a hunt for me. I know exactly what I want. And so I look at the demographics of people here, and it's like, well, maybe he doesn't know about pixels. He doesn't know. So he's receiving that help, that age demographics. But upon I was going to make her, since she's 40 something, let me tell you, TikTok is hot. This one piece I put out there in TikTok, it has over 160,000 views. Okay, that's just one, and I don't think there's 160,000 people here in Lancaster to vote.
Well, in that case, I'm going to have you start doing promotions for my program because I think I have. I don't even want to. I have to say, folks, that my Twitter, which I don't do a heck of a lot with, I rarely tweet anything myself. I will retweet really important things that I think strike me, but I do generally use it for informational purposes about the program. TikTok is exactly the same thing, but both of those actually the Instagram profile, I think is the same way, where I follow more people than follow me. So it looks really creepy. I'm not good at it. I gotta be honest. I'm very lucky to have, I will have to find you on TikTok then, Mr. Brown. So, I will expect free promotion from you. But Sergeant Mac, who follows us on Hot 101 and here on our Facebook page, is literally 250,000 plus followers on TikTok. So I do a short little video, he shares it, and that's pretty much the only way anybody knows me, because my own the profile, nobody knows who the hell I am, I guarantee you.
Okay, I'll make one little quick, and the last thing I'm going to say.
Well, put it in the, do me a favor and put it in the chat so I can find it, because I couldn't write it down fast enough.
Okay, my tick. You referenced about the gay and lesbian community folks. This weekend was my 40th high school reunion, and they posted a photograph of our mascot, and they asked, "Who is this?" And I plastered a photograph of my the mascot is the Cavaliers.
Oh, okay.
I said, "Oh, this is awesome." So I posted the original Cavaliers. Did you know that the original Cavaliers, known for being, well, they were not well liked, like our president, who we have here from Pennsylvania, who Buchanan, I guess it is, not well liked because they were what people don't talk about. They were sort of like, they were truly like don't ask, don't tell, fashion sense, high heels, and all of this stuff. they were angry gay men, okay, who slaughtered so I made the proposal at my high school that perhaps you should have auditions for the mascot only be a certain demographics of gay men. May it be their high school coming out, let them dress however they want. Now, my high school is Coral Gables in Coral Gables, Florida, Miami-Dade, Florida. Don't ask, don't tell, don't say the word gay, right? I posted that on our page. And a few people were just like, "This is great. It's hilarious." But to my point, well, a few people they weren't too happy about it. Like, we're not supposed to say gay here in Florida.
Mm.
Yeah. But I was like,
And it's exactly why it needs to be said.
It would be it'd be much more fun to have someone who's truly like in our class, better be closet, come out and audition to be that cavalier, It'd be great.
The
But
don't
anyway,
say don't say gay bill is exactly why it needs to be said. Period.
That's right. It needs to be done.
Try.
Yeah.
Mr. DeSantis can try and pass the don't say fascist bill, and I'll keep saying it because it's exactly what we're talking about. But hey, Gary, thank you.
Thank you.
I may tap you on the shoulder there, sir, because we're gonna try to have a round table for our program on don't go anywhere, come on, open on November 13th, should be the first Sunday live show following the election. So we might tap you for the round table, sir.
The day after my 59th birthday.
Hey, goodness.
November 12th. Yeah.
So we might call on you for that. So news to the audience, by the way, that's what we're looking to do on November 13th show will be a round table. All right, sir. Thank you for calling us again. Thank you for being part of the program, for giving us a chance in the first place and sticking with us and being there each week. We're very I appreciate it very much. We couldn't do it without listeners.
Thank you. Stay focused.
All right. You stay healthy. Have a great rest of the week.
Thank you. Peace. Bye.
Phone line is open, folks. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. Love when Gary calls. Gary's got a voice for radio, by the way. We might have to see if we can expand the Kennedy Effect Network here and get Mr. Brown going. It's always good to get additional opinions, additional everything, really. So that's really cool. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Phone line is open. There is my buddy. I think I lost my program. There it is. Good evening, Randall. Welcome to the program, sir.
Hey, how you doing tonight, Jeff?
I'm doing, my friend. How are you?
Okay. I was real sick for about a week and a half here, but
You didn't get COVID, did you?
I kept doing the home test and it kept coming negative. So I don't know what it was, but I was in bed for like a week.
Well, we can't spare any listeners, so don't.
Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that.
So don't, you're not allowed to get sick. All right, what do you got?
It wouldn't matter. I've already voted by mail. So.
Good. Good. I can barely hear you. I don't know what you're doing, but you're fading in and out and you're kind of disappearing.
Hold on a second.
It happens, folks. I think the single worst thing that ever happened to radio especially talk radio, interactive radio, sports, politics, whatever you want to say, is the mobile phone. The delay and the delay is a killer, and the constant in and out, and the inconsistency of the service. So that's not, or the signal or the sound quality, which has nothing to do with Randall. It's just, I'm saying, it's just that we all suffer through it. I mean, look how bad Amanda was trying to stay a hold of us, you know, and she's not exactly in the middle of nowhere. Well, yeah, no, she's not exactly in the middle of nowhere. She's in one of the bigger cities in the Commonwealth and can't keep a damn mobile signal. I mean, it's terrible. But anyway, I'm sorry, Randall. Go ahead, sir.
Is this any better now, Jeff?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, I put it on, I took it off just the telephone and put it on a speakerphone. So hopefully I'll be more coherent now.
No worries.
Anyway, I going way back, when you were still talking, you made the point, and I actually agree with you 1,000%. Democrats just do not know how to fight. They just do not know how to be aggressive like the Trump-like Republican Party does. No matter if it's a substantial issue or if it's a social distraction issue, we definitely do not stand out and get our philosophy and our beliefs across to the general public, and that's
Let me take it from let me ask you about the same thing that you just brought up, but from a different, like from the other end of it, if you will. I want to ask you to, you know, same topic though, but I want to attack it a different way. It seems to me that we always have a problem. We, the Democratic Party, progressives, anyone outside of the Republican sphere, we always are put on the defensive. We always have to explain ourselves and try to define, teach, explain the facts of the just lunacy that comes from the right. And that in and of itself is a distraction, because all the time that we have to spend defending ourselves and telling the truth of these issues, Q theories, everything else that spews from the right, takes time from the fact, or takes time from our ability to talk about what we've done, what we've accomplished. So do we need to do, when you say and when I say be more aggressive, do we need to do a better job of pushing back, or do we need to go on the offensive? And I actually do hate the war terminology and analogies. I genuinely do. I'm lacking a better term at this moment. So do we need to defend more vigorously, or do we need to go on the front foot, or both?
I think we need to do equally both. Absolutely both. You know, they're just beating up Belderman over, and a lot of other Democrats across the country on the issue of crime. And you know, I know what John did as lieutenant governor, but 99% of people do not know what he did when he was, you know, leading the parole board, which is part of his duties as lieutenant governor. And yeah, it's we need to be better on the defensive, and we need to be better on the offensive. For example, Attorney General Shapiro is does an excellent job, in my opinion, on the offense against Mastriano.
Mhm.
And his ultra right wing Christian nationalist Christian evangelical beliefs and QAnon beliefs, and his direct support of the January 6th insurrection,
Mhm.
by sending 6 busloads of Pennsylvanians down to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. And then going beyond, and him getting photographed. Yes, he was not in the Capitol, but he went beyond the barricades
He
that
did.
the masses broke through,
Right.
and pushed the police back in at Washington, D.C. on January 6th. So we definitely need to be more on topic of being more aggressive to get the truth out to the lies the Republican Party just keeps coming up with.
Okay. I think that's a legitimate discussion and a legitimate conundrum. Is that because really when we are defending, we are also providing some free content, if you will, free press to the people attacking us. So that no matter how absolutely bat guano crazy that they're using to attack us, we almost give it some sort of credence when we have to defend ourselves from it. That's why I think we're pretty smart people. I do think we can do both. Franklin Roosevelt was brilliant at it. Truman was brilliant at it. That we can not only win through defense, we can also go on the front foot and talk about what's wrong with the other side, what's wrong with their policies, how those policies not only will fail, but already have failed. I think we can do both. I think it's absolutely dead necessary that we do both. What do you think?
Absolutely, we need to do both. And changing the subject. Yes. You made a point earlier, and I absolutely agree 100% on that issue too. Our government and the Democrats are just as guilty as Republicans, have given up on enforcing the antitrust laws in this country. And that, therefore, we have these conglomerates. You have four companies that essentially own agriculture.
Yep.
In this country,
and all real food production, really, not even just meat production, but pretty much all food production is, it's in the hands of about 4. I think I want to say that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 74% of all the food production in the country is within under 4 companies. I think you have. I think I'm right in that. I think I'm roughly correct on that. I might be off a few percentage points, but I think I have that right. I am working from memory.
No, and it's like 5 companies control oil and gas in this country. And you go down to every industry and there's only a few. I mean, you got social media taking over social media to end up with one social media in the future, it appears, in my opinion. Unless things are broken up. It's like, the last was breaking up AT&T and creating the Baby Bell, and there were originally like 6 of them. Well, it's essentially there's one of them now, and that's Verizon.
Right. I would argue that the only two. Well, let me back up. The breakup of AT&T began, or at that point, I guess it was still Bell Telephone, really. But it was AT&T. No, it was AT&T. It was AT&T. I think they were technically AT&T then. That process actually began in the Nixon administration, and it was completed in the Carter administration. And you're right. I think it was broken into either 6 or 8 different companies. Lucent Technologies was the hardware manufacturing company, and Innovator. They had a huge campus in New Jersey, just south of Morristown. And then there were the regional Bell telephones.
Right.
One of the Bell New York, if I'm not mistaken, or no, Bell Atlantic. Bell Atlantic. Wow, I'm really showing how old I am now. Which was the Bell for Jersey, New York City, like the mid-Atlantic states, is what then became Verizon and bought all the other baby Bells. AT&T, I think AT&T, if I recall correctly, wasn't even one of the baby Bells, and it wasn't Lucent. It was another, it's like an information technology company, I think. And then got into wireless. Or did they start straight as wireless? I'm trying to. No, they were a long distance company. That's what it was. They were long distance. They were a long distance company.
AT&T was long distance.
Right. So it wasn't a baby Bell. It was a long distance company. And then they got into wireless when mobile technology began to take off. And so you had. So Randall is exactly right. I'm doing this from memory, folks. My brain is kicking in. I swear to God, there's somebody's running around up there knocking out the cobwebs and reminding me of all this stuff. So he's 100% correct. So you then went from 8 of these, baby pieces of what was AT&T, and now you're right back to 2 of them again. Verizon bought up all the baby Bells. AT&T, Lucent just went out of business because it was so poorly run. And that was a big controversy in New Jersey, by the way, when they finally shut down, because the CEO got almost like $100 million parachute as they were closing the company, furloughing all the workers and telling them that their pension was gone. I want to say it was as high as $100 million. It was some ridiculous amount of money. And it was his reward for running the company into the ground. And then AT&T, which was exclusively long distance, it was one of the great one of the things that people hated most about the breakup of AT&T is that they had to now have 2 phone carriers. You had your local Bell and a long distance. You had to pick a long distance. It was a long distance that gave birth to Sprint and MCI. Of course, AT&T purchased MCI, but I would say long story short, but I've already been way too long, is we're basically right back where we started from, is that we have AT&T and Verizon, and then T-Mobile, which is a German company, which was not around for any of what Randall and I are talking about. There's basically 3 mobile companies in this country. They have an extraordinary amount of market share, and that's why there's no competition. In France, just as an example, there are over 100 mobile/internet companies, and they are required by law that the infrastructure must be available to all of those companies. So what does that mean? Let me use an American example to explain a French design, if you will. If AT&T builds all of the mobile towers, antenna, they must allow any other company to use that equipment. So you might wonder to yourself, why then? How is that fair competition? Well, the French have sorted it out. French government does actually help build the network. It also gives them more regulatory control over it. But that said, so there's over 100 mobile companies, TV, mobile, and internet companies in France. The average French citizen pays between $35 and $50 for their mobile, TV, and internet service. Kristen and I, pay over $130 just for the internet here. And then another $2 something to T-Mobile for the phones. Competition breeds. This is one thing that Republicans like to talk about, but never do anything to foment. They never do anything to build it or to help grow it. Competition breeds innovation, and it drives prices down. That's exactly why they wanted to end competition in this country, and why we had the corporate consolidation that we had when the Antitrust Act stopped being enforced by the Reagan administration. And to their discredit, the Clinton and Obama administrations, and now the Biden administration, has done nothing to reassert that. The antitrust laws were not overturned. They simply are not being enforced. The fairness doctrine in the FCC did not go away. It's simply not, well, it went away because it's not being enforced. It was never overturned. The fact that when quote unquote illegal aliens come across our border and take American jobs, the employer used to get prosecuted by the federal government. We don't do that anymore either. The law against hiring people like that did not go away. We simply don't enforce it. Remember, the President of the United States, according to our Constitution, is the chief law enforcement officer of the country. He's the commander-in-chief of the military. He is the ceremonial head of the government. He is the policy head of the government, and he's the chief law enforcement officer. What do you say? What say you, sir?
Well, I say, you mentioned two progressive, FDR and Truman, but let's go back. Let's go back to the Republican progressive that got the antitrust law passed. Let's go back to Teddy Roosevelt, who used the bully pulpit to a great advantage when he was president. Are the things that militarily aggressiveness that I don't really agree with. He didn't, but as far as domestically, what he did, breaking up Standard Oil Company, for example, and and getting Food and Drug Administration passed, so we had clean food,
Right.
coming.
And not just breaking up Standard Oil, but breaking up what were then referred to as the trusts, which I always thought was one of the great misnomers in the history of the United States. The collusionary cooperation between, that this railroad company would not carry anybody else's oil products except for this company, or if they did, they'd charge them 5 times the rate, which then, of course, the oil would have to be 5 times the price, and then no one would buy it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He also broke that up as well.
And then there was, you look at Republican states today that have traditionally been Republican. Look at Kansas. Look at Nebraska. the majority of voters, over 100 years ago, 120 years ago, they were Republicans. My great grandfather was a Union vet from the Civil War, and he homesteaded in Kansas after the Civil War. But he was one of the founders in his community of what fought against railroad monopolies. And it's co-ops. And co-ops are a socialist entity, farmers banding with farmers to sell their product collectively,
Right.
and to get their product transported more cheaply by rail to food processing. And most people don't realize that co-ops, which are still there today,
They
the majority of wheat elevators in Kansas, for example, are owned by co-ops. Everybody has shares, and bought into it, and they put anyway. That's
I got you.
a long story on that, but
All right. Well, hang in there, my friend. Feel better. I can hear it a little bit in your voice. You hang in there.
Yeah.
Vitamin C, my friend.
let's have a total top to bottom on the ticket below.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, I am not generally, or I don't consider myself to be a, blue no matter who person. I really do think that we're smart enough inside the Democratic Party and progressive movement at large that we can be a little more discerning in our choices. But in 2020, in this year, and in 2024, especially should Republicans take back either House of Congress or both, then it's a blue no matter who. It's anybody on the board with a D. And I don't like being that way. I don't think it's good for democracy, for small d democracy. Democracy demands just at a drop dead minimum 2 functional political parties. We don't have that now, and that's not good for democracy. And the party, the functioning party, and it doesn't always function perfectly, goodness knows it doesn't, is the Democratic Party. We're the only ones trying to govern. We're the only ones putting forward any sort of plan, any sort of guidance, any sort of legislation, anything. And we're not perfect. We're not even close. We're not even close. Our own founding documents, a more perfect union. But we don't have anyone else. We have people opposing us, but it's not a functioning political party. The platform of a political party is not, we're against everything that they say. I mean, that's just, it borders on childish. It borders on childish. It borders on, you say blue, I say red. You say round, I say square. You say you like Christmas better, I say New Year. You say you like winter, I say summer. And just for the sake of saying it, not even because you believe it. That's the saddest part of what's happened to Republicans. Not just that they don't function, but that they don't function. There's no interest in functioning. There's no effort to function. There's no legislation. There's no forward thinking. There's no results. There's no plan. There's no ideas other than be scared of trans kids. Immigrants are coming. Black people in Philadelphia have guns. Oh, and by the way, we're going to take away the price controls on pharmaceuticals and destroy public education, but they can't run on that. See, the most
and they're going to try and destroy Social Security Medicare and Medicaid.
Not just
And,
destroy it.
and I don't understand, you know, I'm 70 years old, Jeff. I don't understand my boomer generation and older boomers that are voting Republicans. And I mean, they're really voting against their interests when it comes to Social Security and Medicare. Absolutely voting against their own interests. But I don't understand it.
But it's not even destroy it though. Just they want to end it. It's not that they want to make it's not good enough here's one of the weird things about Rick Scott, the senator from Florida, released a Gingrich contract on America style Senate agenda if the Republicans should take back the Senate. And what's funny about it is it's actually very contradictory to what the current Republican structure is all about, which is normally unmitigated, unfettered corporate greed. Whatever the corporations want, whatever the billionaire class wants. The Medicare program is now 50-50. While the government is paying for all of it, 50% of Medicare users have now been ushered into, some of them have chosen them, sadly, and probably without knowing what the hell they were doing, private insurance that the government is paying for. So your Medicare dollars, no matter what age you are, theoretically, let's say, 50% of that money is going to pay private insurance companies like Aetna and United Healthcare for these private Medicare plans, generally speaking, known as Medicare Advantage. What's interesting about Rick Scott's plan is that instead of him arguing that he wants to fully privatize Medicare and make that 100% of the people having all their tax dollars go to private insurances to provide insurance that they won't provide, because that's how insurance companies make money. When you need a test, they say you don't. You need a medicine, they say you don't. You have a surgery, they don't cover it. That's how they make their money. His plan actually takes that money away from those corporations. He doesn't just want to degrade Medicare. He doesn't want to just fully privatize it. He wants to end it. He doesn't just want to privatize Social Security or give the Social Security Trust Fund to Wall Street to play with. And Wall Street desperately wants that money to play with, by the way, so they can pay themselves all sorts of unspeakable fees. He wants to end it. He wants to shut it down. Wants to go back to a time during the Republican Great Depression where Social Security did not exist. That's the plan. Are they running on it? No. Because if you knew, you'd never vote for him. And that's what Randall's saying, I think. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Randall. But people like Randall and his friends and neighbors don't know this because we haven't done a good enough job of explaining it. And oh, by the way, the media has done no job explaining it. They haven't helped us.
Well, that's because the media is owned by corporate America.
Correct. Correct.
There hasn't been really any objective media since the three major networks were bought out by corporations.
Since before
And-
Reagan started enforcing the fairness doctrine.
What was wrong allowed to flourish independently, not having to make a profit.
Right.
The division has got to get higher ratings to make more profit.
It's the end of the enforcement of the fairness doctrine, where news was a loss leader. It was a public service. It was part of the price of broadcasting on the public airwaves. Broadcast companies were not it could be a one singly individually owned radio station in anywhere in the United States. It could be the national television networks. News had to be a loss leader. It was a nonprofit. You did not make money on the news division, and it was required by the FCC. TV and radio must give the news, and the news departments and the sales departments were not even allowed to talk to each other. They couldn't mix with each other. Tom Hartman tells the story about when he was I think he might have been as young as 16. Worked at a radio station in Flint, Michigan. And the station's building was actually built in wings. One side was the news division, the other side was the sales division, and the studios were in between. And the people from either wing of the building were simply not allowed to interact because the station could not afford to give any appearance that the news was being affected by sales because they were at risk of losing their license. The federal government does not charge companies for using the public airwaves. The federal government still owns the airwaves. They're the ones that assign call letters to television stations and radio stations and decides how much power output they can have and how many, well, it used to be how many can be in one market. That's gone away. But the news and the sales divisions simply were not allowed to cross paths because a station could not afford to give any appearance that sales was overriding the news. And that's all gone. The biggest and best example I can give you for that, Randall will remember this, was the discussion during the Trump administration about net neutrality.
Right.
Chris Hayes, I think, did about 8 stories on net neutrality. The total amount of airtime he gave it was about 20 minutes, I think it was, or he gave about 33 and Rachel Maddow gave about 20. Now, why wouldn't even MSNBC be talking about the Trump administration's effort to destroy net neutrality? Because NBC is owned by Comcast. Comcast is benefiting from the end of net neutrality. So no one talked about it. At that time, CNN was owned by, I think they were still a Time Warner company then. Fox, of course, by Murdoch. These companies were going to benefit and profit from the end of net neutrality. So their news divisions were simply not allowed to discuss it. What else you got, kiddo? It's 8 o'clock. I think we might get out of here. If no one else calls me, I think we might get out of here.
Then I'll let you go. Yeah. There's a zillion things you could talk about.
Well, yeah, I mean, every week is like that, but yeah, I understand what you mean. We could, yeah, there's 1,000 things we could get to, but I didn't know if you had a big, excuse me, if you had like a really prime target, you know, at the front of your brain before we say goodnight.
The prime target is I'm really worried about Fetterman getting elected and losing it. And I don't know what to do. You know,
Wouldn't.
I'm here in suburbia that, you know, carried the blue wave in 2018 and 2020. But I just don't, you know, people, they do think he's radical. Too many people in suburbia think he is radical. So I don't know, you know, I'm just, you know, talking to people the best I can and trying to set the record straight.
I think you're going to find, I think that you're going to find that the debate is going to be big.
Yeah, I think the debate's going to be really big.
All right, my friend, listen, stay healthy, okay? We don't have enough listeners to lose a single one. So you just better stay healthy. Don't make me come down there and pump vitamin C down your throat. Just
All right. Have a good evening.
Listen, you take care of yourself. Take care of yourself and the family down there. I am serious though. You stay healthy and take care of yourself. All right. We'll talk soon.
All right. God bless.
All
Good
right.
night.
Take care, my friend. 267-227-9189. 267-9189. 267-227-9189. I will hang with you for a few more minutes here, maybe probably the quarter after the hour. If no one else calls, we might say goodnight. Let me please remind you, since it's 8:02, entering our final hour, however long that hour may go. Not 100% sure quite yet. Randall is right. There's probably a million different things we could talk about, but I would rather talk with you instead of at you. 267-227-9189. Wherever you have been across the Facebook universe, wherever you are now, stay there. That other side of information is our home group Facebook page. It's always there. You can always catch the news, the articles, the topics that we talk about, the people, different posts and articles about guests that have been on our program. You can always do that. The Facebook never goes away. Just because we leave the air, it doesn't mean that the Facebook group goes away. We invite you, as always, to please check us out, become a member, share the group, all that fun, happy tech, social media stuff, like, share, click, repeat. Rinse, wash, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat. Click, share, all that fun. Please do so. That other side of information, hot101.net. You can go to the Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and find the apps for hot101.net. And if you have a different device other than Apple or Android, you can use the Tune In radio app. Go to the search bar and look for hot101.net and TCP, the Culture Professional from Lancaster. Check out their Facebook page, another page full of news and community events and really, really prescient, important discussions. You need to check out TCP. You need to check out Hot 101. Hot 101, of course, is not done for tonight, regardless of what time we leave the air at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 Central, 6 Pacific. Sergeant Mac, Thomas Bishop, The Villain's View is the name of the program, comes on at 9 p.m. following us. The past couple of weeks, we have actually taken you straight up to 9 o'clock. I click off, he clicks on. Don't know if that's going to happen tonight, but he comes up after us. You might get a break in between, but please remember, on Hot 101, he is still on. He is here. Even on a night where we might end short, or I don't feel well, or we have to cut we have a tech problem, whatever might happen, that we have to cut the show short, Sergeant Mac will be up after us. His show is called The Villain's View. He comes to you from his home in the St. Louis, Missouri area. And on hot101.net, it's also on that other side of information, and his own Facebook page called Ghost Claw Productions. He's a good dude, and we are going to I need to invite him actually for November 13th. Speaking of future shows, let me talk to you about what's going on coming up on the program. Next week is October 30th. I honestly have not decided 100% whether we're having a program. It seems to me that Halloween, trick or treat, Halloween-ish events seem to be happening that entire weekend. Saturday, Sunday, and Halloween itself, which actually ends up on Monday, all around the country. It seems to be quite the Halloween weekend. So I do not yet know if we will be with you next week. If parents and families and so on should be out trick-or-treating or Halloweening, partying, bobbing for apples, if you still do that, Charlie Brown does it, or trunk or treating, or whatever it is that you might be doing, we might just not be with you so that families can go do that. They don't need to listen to me prattle on when they should be getting yummy, yummy candy. But we have not 100% decided that yet. Please stick with the Facebook page. Stay on the Facebook page and keep up as to whether we will be with you or not. We will be with you on November 6th. That is the last live program before the end of this election cycle. So if you are a candidate from any political persuasion, if you're one of the two major party nominees for a state level or federal level position anywhere in the United States, your last chance to talk and get some free airtime and some free media, free video, because after our show, we give the video to all of our guests. They all get it, whether they're candidate or not. But the last chance for you to get some free media, free video, free web content, get your word out is November 6th. We don't have a guest. We don't have one specific guest scheduled for that night. I will try to just send the word out to as many different candidates as I can that the night is wide open. They can call in for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 20 minutes. Might be several at a time. I don't know. I would like to just open up the phone line for any candidate from either of the two major parties. And again, I invite Republicans here on a regular basis. They simply don't come. I know why they don't come, because we're not going to agree on much. I think we'd probably agree on more than they think, but we're probably not going to agree on much. And I will ask tough questions. I ask tough questions of all the Democrats that come here. If you're running for office, you should be able to answer some tough questions. So I will ask them. But even if you know of any Republican candidates that want to take this on, bring it. Let's have a conversation. We need to talk to each other. I will treat anyone who comes here, Republican or Democratic, fairly. We don't dance on the table. We don't name call. I'm not throwing mud at the screen. We're not name calling. You all know me by now. You should. If you're new to the program, then there you go. That's who we are. So any Republican or Democratic nominee for any state or federal level office anywhere in this country, anywhere in the United States or its territories for that matter, that wants to come on this program on November 6th, you are welcome here. Last chance before the end of the election cycle, at least for our program. And then on the 13th, I'm going to be efforting a roundtable. Gary, I think, will be part of it. I hope. Sergeant Mack, I hope, will be part of it. And some other friends, familiar, Christopher Kowardovich, I hope will be part of it. I haven't asked him yet, unless he's listening, which I just asked him then live on the radio. But we'll gather some trusted friends to come back and talk to us and break down, analyze, look back at whatever happened on November 8th. Now, normally, I would do a special program on Wednesday evening. Two problems with that. Well, and I still could, but two problems with that. DJs are on 101 all night long. I hate to not have the Hot 101 audience with me because we're a family, and I would not want to. I feel weird when I go on the air without my Hot 101 family with me. And I think there's also a chance that there's gonna be some key elections that by Wednesday evening, we're still not going to know who won and lost. So to break down an election that might not yet be complete would be a little strange or difficult or both. So I think we'll just stick to the following Sunday. So Sunday, November 13, I will try to be constructing a roundtable to look back and break down everything that happened at the close of business, so to speak, the close of business on November 8th. After that, I have nothing lined up quite yet. I do want to get away from politics, at least for the rest of 2022, if at all possible. I'll probably ask, Kevin Frederick to come back. I'd like to try to ask and some other clergy and just business people and hopefully some authors. Love to have a scientist. I keep trying to find an astronomer. But I hope we can get away from politics for a little while through the holidays. And then before you know it, I know it seems crazy. Next week is Halloween. I mean, stores are already filled with Christmas goods. I'm already seeing Christmas advertising on TV. I mean, before you know it, 2022 is going to be in the books. It sounds really odd, but that's kind of the truth of it. This year, which has not been a particularly good one, generally, at least for me, and I think for a lot of folks, it's been stressful and depressing and painful. Of course, there's been good things. We had a brilliant summer, but it's been a long year. I won't be overly sad to see this one go away. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. If no one has anything, or if the phone doesn't ring anytime soon, we will probably say goodbye to you. One thing I do want to mention, I was privileged to be part of a debate prep session for a candidate that that I work with this afternoon. And I do want to leave you with this thought, because it came up and I thought that it was really fascinating. And I hope that if I'm going to leave you with a thought, I would like to leave you with this one. And that you could probably, I don't know that we're going to answer it really, but we could ruminate about it, for the week. It was debate prep, right? So you're firing questions at the candidate and you're timing the answers, you're honing your messaging, you're choosing the right wording. Because to explain something as difficult as job creation, as these big, broad economic ideals, to explain how you would fix public education in 45 seconds is just, our debates have become quite silly. It's not exactly the Lincoln Douglas debates anymore, is it? They've become television events. They've become sport. So tell us how you're going to solve the Russian-Ukrainian war. You have 45 seconds. Well, it's ridiculous, right? We also don't want debates to be 3 and 4 and 5 days long. We'll lose a lot of interest that way. There's only so much detail you can go into. But 45 seconds to try to summarize and solve all of the issues facing, any one district, municipality, state, or even the country, solve everything. Tell us how you're going to solve everything in 45 seconds. It's almost comical. But one of the questions that was thrown out, and it really thought for somebody like me who works on messaging nearly constantly, even if I'm just sitting in my chair watching television, a section of my brain is running through these kind of things. And I did want to ask Amanda about it, and we didn't get that opportunity, and that's okay. Candidate was asked by the prep team, is there a worker shortage and how do we solve it? And it occurred to me as we were working on the answer, crafting the answer, that there really isn't a worker shortage. It's there, I think the right wing, maybe I'm hungry for wings. The right wing has tried to create this narrative that just millions and millions of people coming out of the pandemic, when they were given free money, and I was given free money, it helped me keep my house. And do you know who gave me that money? The Trump administration. So the fact that Republicans continue to blame, cry, and complain about the quote unquote free money, you all did that, by the way. You all voted for it. And a Republican administration proposed it. But that said, that no one wants to go back to work because they're being paid to stay home. Well, first off, all the pandemic relief is over. It's been over. It ended late in 2019. And nobody's being paid to stay home. And then the right wing started using this term called the Great Resignation. People were just leaving their jobs and sitting home and doing nothing because they were lazy. Again, not factual. And it occurred to me as we were working on trying to create an informative, factual 45-second answer that what American workers went through was not a great resignation. It was a great awakening. Millions and millions of workers who have been cannon fodder for their corporations. They have been used, abused, exploited, worked to the brink of permanent physical damage by their employers, finally realized no more. I'm better than this. And so we didn't witness a great resignation. We witnessed a great awakening. And I wonder what you think of that. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. I wonder what you think of that. I think that a very sizable percentage of the workforce realized that they were being exploited, used, that their working conditions were terrible, and that they deserved better. And besides, this fallacy that no one wants to work, or that we're all being paid to stay home, well, when all of the unemployment, expanded unemployment, bonus check, or not bonus, sorry, stimulus checks, when all that ran out, if all of these folks are still sitting home, how are they paying the bills? The majority of people who went bankrupt during the pandemic went bankrupt because of medical debt, not because they'd lost jobs, because they lost health insurance and had medical debt. What I think happened is that a large number of American workers realized they could do better. They realized just how badly they were being treated and said no more. In our discussion, I was reminded of an ad campaign by either Uber or Lyft. I must admit, I do not remember which one. The commercial starts with a young 20-something, very well-dressed, hip, nice car, public school teacher who comes out from the school. Oh, what happened there? I did not hang up on whoever it was that called. Please try again. Area code 601. Try again. I don't know what happened there. I hit the green button to speak to you and you disappeared. He darts out of school at the end of the day. I think I got it this time. Did I get it? I got it this time. Thank you. My goodness. I'm sorry. Let me just finish this really quick. The young man comes out from school, jumps in his car and puts on his Uber driver light in his car. And the narration starts to talk about how great of a quote unquote side hustle Uber is. And we just sort of accept that. There's one of the online universities, either Phoenix or Grand Canyon, New Hampshire, one of those. The working mother, 3 jobs, She's shown doing 3 different jobs in a single day, but still somehow squeezing in some time for school. When did we accept this as a workforce? When did we accept this? I got a crazy idea. Pay the teacher enough that he doesn't have to drive Uber or Lyft. Pay the mother enough so she can go to school on her own, not sneak it on a laptop in between jobs. Make the higher education affordable so she can go sit in a classroom if she chooses to do that. Why do we accept this? These marketing strategies, a regular television commercial is a window on what our society is now. We might not think of it that way, but it is. Why do we see so many commercials for apartments.com? Because nobody can buy a house. These things are windows on our society, and they are windows on what we are being told is acceptable. The single mom with multiple children who has to leave them alone, has to microwave them something, throw it on a table, and go back out between jobs 2 and 3 on a laptop, on a bus, because God knows everybody that works 3 jobs and is feeding the children processed food out of a microwave, she's got money for a laptop with mobile Wi-Fi on it so she can take a course. We can't accept this. This is not normal. It's not normal. It's not what the United States is. As late as the 70s, 1 full-time salary, 1, was enough for mom, dad, 2.4 children, cat, dog, car, and 2 weeks of vacation in a house. In less than 50 years, 2 and 3 jobs is no longer enough to keep from being homeless. Why do we accept this? There is not a worker shortage. There is a shortage of people willing to accept being used. Area code 601. May I please have your first name and where you are calling from?
Hi, my name is Mike.
Hello, Mike.
I'm one of the subscribers to your page. I'm calling from Mississippi, of all places.
Wow.
I don't know if people believe there are liberals in Mississippi, but there's a whole lot of it.
Sadly, Mike, not enough.
Well, we're about. I'd say we're close to 3/5 of the state. We just can't overcome the Republican MAGA red hats to send any Democrats to Congress or get people to vote in their own self-interest. And a lot of it has to do with, evangelical Christians who are the backbone of the Republican Party. And I see that every day at work. I just got home from work, and you're talking about the worker shortage. I'm a manager. I probably shouldn't say what company I work for.
You don't in any way need to do that. You just don't. You only tell us what you're safe and or comfortable telling us.
Well,
you don't need to.
I don't want to. I don't want to badmouth my company, but it's like one of those companies you're talking about. We're a sort of a big box retailer, but not Walmart. Not one of the big home centers. Although I've worked for one of those in the past. I'll be glad to tell you how bad Lowe's is to customers.
Yeah.
And treats their workers. But no, I'm having the hiring shortage problem too right now. I have we've been trying desperately to hire cashiers to work in our store, and we just can't get kids or anybody really to apply to these jobs. And the corporation only wants to pay them $10 an hour. And right now we're under a payroll freeze. So I've got kids that are working for me there. I'm an assistant manager, not the store manager, who are getting only like 8 and 14 hours a week, maybe 16 sometimes.
Right. Okay.
And $10 an hour, and even if you get 16 hours a week to work, you got to have other jobs. You got to double up. You got to have a roommate. You got to live in a crappy part of town, or you got to live at home with mom and dad. And those are the kids that are the most successful workers, who are literally just doing it for part-time work while they're trying to go to college.
Okay.
But there is no worker shortage. There's just people that don't want to. That's a raw deal to work for $10 an hour. Now that's not terrible in a place like Mississippi, because we're not paying. I think the price of gas was like $2.80 something when I left past the gas station coming out today. So we're not getting the high prices of California or the Northeast.
Okay.
But it's really hard. And
But Mike,
I would like to give many of these kids way more hours a week, but a lot of times I have had the situation where I'm running a store. I have a department. This would probably give away what the store does, but there's a specialty department in the store, and then the rest of the store is a merchandise thing. And I will be there as the cashier and the manager running the merchandise part of the store, and I'll just have one part-time person running the specialty department on the other side of the store, and that's it. And if I get swamped or whatever, it's just two of us trying to tread water.
Mike, let me ask you, if I might. Let me pick your brain a little. And some of my questions might make it sound as if I'm somehow putting you on the defensive. That's not at all my intention. I'm trying to learn. Would you agree with me, and God knows you are under no obligation to do so, but would you agree with me generally? You did kind of say it, but I want to ask again, just for some clarity, that that we haven't seen a great resignation. We've seen an awakening. You've seen a great awakening. So, okay. So you mentioned that the cost of living in Mississippi is not the same as it is in New York or LA or Chicago, Philadelphia, or even here in the Lehigh Valley. I agree with that 100%. The federal poverty line is somewhere in the neighborhood of $30,000. If you make $15 an hour, which is not still the minimum wage, by the way, but $15 an hour at 40 hours a week, that's about $32,000 a year. So it puts you still at pretty much at the poverty level, if not under it. So as
making $15 an hour, and I don't quite ever get 40 hours a week. Because the way we're scheduled, I get about 37, 38 hours a week at $15 an hour.
And Mississippi is still the poorest state in the country.
Yeah.
And it is a solidly, or at least from outward appearances, a solidly red state. Right?
It is a red state in terms of the
gerrymandering and whatnot.
Right. And
okay.
It's like most states in the country. I lived in California for a long time. I worked for Sears Catalog as a photographer. Out there, I would meet people that say, "Oh, I'd never visit the South. I'm afraid of the South," because what in popular culture, it's sort of stuck in is the 1960s in the heat of the night era, right? So
I'm not
monolithic.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm not, believe me, I'm not laughing at you. That reference was brilliant. I thank you for that one. My dad used to watch that show.
The northern rural part of the state, the central rural part of the state are heavily MAGA hat wearing evangelical Christian. I'm going to be pejorative here and say they're crazy people. They vote against their own interest all the time. The Gulf Coast, other parts of the state, especially Jackson, Mississippi, very, very liberal. And you may have noticed we had like some sort of big thunderstorms last month that wiped out the water system and the sewage system and all this stuff in
Yes.
Jackson.
Yes.
And our governor, well, that's the state capital, basically ran away from every camera and microphone, where he was confronted by why his administration, the Republican administration, wasn't doing anything to help the capital city, which is predominantly black.
Yeah.
And
Well, I was
it's
gonna.
your answer, very racist.
Yeah. No, it's the truth. I was gonna say that it's not important if that city, if that was Palm Beach, California, and not just because it's in California, but the racial makeup of Palm Beach, the National Guard would have been there fixing the water systems. Why should we be fixing the water systems for black folk? And I don't think it's any more complicated than that. I don't think you're saying anything terribly incorrect by postulating that. It's if it was a majority white city, if it was a wealthier white city, that would have, first off, this water system never would have been so terribly degraded and not maintained. But so if you say, and look, you live there, I have nothing to contradict what you're saying. If you're telling me and telling the audience that 3/5 of the population of the state of Mississippi are in fact Democrats and or liberal and or progressive, then where is the failure coming to not have Mississippi be a blue state? Is it purely gerrymandering? Is it that the Republicans always, no pun intended, religiously show up to vote? The Democrats are not. Do you have bad Democratic candidates? Do you have Democratic committees that simply aren't getting the job done? What's missing?
Well, one of the things, if you went back in history, right up until the end of the 70s, it was a semi-democratic state, but it was a Dixiecratic state.
Yes.
It's hard for modern voters, if you're not, if you're under 60, you don't remember the Dixiecrat kind of stuff that was in the South. The two big senators in my young childhood and all through right up to college, right up until Reagan came along, were Democrats. John Stennis and John Eastland, famously Democratic. John Stennis controlled the Armed Services Committee for a long, long time in the U.S. Senate. But when the Reagan Revolution came along, when the Jerry Falwells came along and sort of stirred up that basically race baiting, what's the word for it, sort of dog whistle kind of stuff.
Yep.
And he energized the evangelicals. That's when people turned away. You had Democrats who flipped to be Reagan Republicans.
Yeah,
and that is where the whole slide really starts.
The Dixiecrats became the Reagan Democrats.
That's true, right? I
Right.
mean, they were.
In fact,
they were much more progressive, but they weren't really progressive. I mean, you had Democratic governors back and forth, but you also had. I lived within a half-hour drive of the Earthen Dam, where the Cheney, Schwerner, and I can't remember the other civil rights workers were murdered and buried in a dam in
Philadelphia, Mississippi. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
The trial was held here in the city of Meridian, which I live outside of, and all of those guys went free, and then later admitted when they knew they were indemnified from double jeopardy of being tried again, admitted that they killed those guys. One of them was a mall guard in the Meridian shopping mall, and kids used to go and look at this guy and titter and laugh at him because he was kind of a dim-witted, mean-looking ex-sheriff deputy or something, and he was a security guard. I mean, these guys like Dilla Beckwith and all those guys just went free for years, boasted about it. The grand wizards of the Ku Klux Klan were enormous here. Yet in my childhood, when my parents moved back from New Orleans to here to be near their parents in 71, I've never seen an actual Klansman in robes or anything, except on TV. They hold rallies and stuff, but they're not very popular. They're not very in the streets. Although until Trump comes along, that really emboldens that racist thing.
No,
They
it
started
does.
having open gun carry here in Mississippi when Obama was elected. I used to work for Lowe's, and I had guys coming into the tool department wanting drill bits to drill out their barrels of their guns so they take different ammunition. To be a scare going around that a certain ammunition was going to go away, that Obama was going to confiscate it.
Yeah.
I found, unfounded rumors.
Still waiting.
Guys, you can't just drill out your gun barrel with a drill with a Black and Decker drill. That has to be done by a gunsmith. But
Still waiting, by the way.
people with crazy ideas.
Still waiting for
a lot of QAnon people down here.
we're still waiting, by the way, for the black suited United Nations troops that President Obama was scheming with to go door to door to every address in America and take your guns, the way Wayne LaPierre told us was going to happen. Wayne LaPierre from the NRA told us was going to happen in 2007, that if we elected Barack Obama, that black suited United Nations troops were going to go door to door to every single address, sweeping across the country to take every last firearm in the country. Still waiting for those. I don't assume that they've showed up at your house, Mike. They certainly have not shown up at mine.
Well, here's the thing. Think about this. If you know anything about shipping and logistics, if you've ever worked in retail or brushed up against that, let's say there's a scenario where everybody in America, if they had something like the big thing in Australia that caused them to actually give up their guns. There was a big mass shooting or something. It wasn't even anywhere near close to the mass shootings we have in America, but it caused gun reform laws in Australia years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if everybody in America had a change of heart and said, geez, I don't need this gun, and they made appointments to have like National Guardsmen come. Let's say we mobilize the National Guard and they're going to go door to door and collect your guns that you're willingly giving them. It would take years, probably, logistically, to mount something like that. What it would cost, to the stockpiles. Could you imagine the stockpiles of guns that you would get, even if they just drove up to the police station and dropped them off? It would be a new major industry that couldn't possibly come and take your guns, right?
Yep.
It's so expensive, it would be crazy. But people don't understand the reality of these rumors that they spread. So that sounds like something plausible, that there's a whole army of Democrats, jackbooted thugs, like the Democratic Nazis in their minds and their QAnon fantasies, they're going to come and round up their guns. And it's silly. But it's not silly to them. They earnestly believe crazy things.
Let me try to get you back to the jobs real quick, if I could. So does it sounds to me like the younger folks that you come in contact with have made the connection. Their synapses are firing. They understand the truth of what's being done to them, by the way, not about them or for them, but to them. Does it's still, oh my God, geez. The majority of people who earn the minimum wage are actually full-time workers, and they're older. They're not teenagers. It's only about a third of the workers that are on minimum wage are teenagers. We tend to think of, well, it's a great opening wage for teenagers for a summer job. It's about a third of the people who earn minimum wage are actually teenagers. The rest are seniors, parents, one job of many, full time on a minimum wage. So let's think of it this way. Taking the example that you mentioned, $10 an hour at should probably get a calculator for this, but it wouldn't make very good radio. $10 an hour, maybe 16 hours a week. That's not hard math. That's $160. And that's gross, by the way. So even if you had 4 of those jobs, that's only a gross still of $480 a week, right? Before taxes.
Right.
So I think this is one of the things. Now, I keep getting told that the unemployment number takes this into account, yet I'm not convinced of it. That we one of the reasons that the unemployment rate is so low is because, you know, people have multiple jobs. The job openings, it's the labor participation rate, which is actually the real stat. And by the way, the labor participation rate has gone up under President Biden. It dropped during the Trump years. So do you think, given that math, and, you know, all those times when we were in elementary school and we said, when are we ever going to use this in our lives? We're using it right now. Do you think that math is what finally has dawned on people, so to speak, that even if I work 4 of these jobs, 5 of these jobs, I'm still going to be in poverty? And so what are the people of Mississippi doing? I don't know this, I'm asking you, is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania continues to see its population drop. And it's because we're the northernmost Confederate state. You know, we have fracked everywhere in the state. Farmland is either poisoned or being bought up by huge conglomerates. We don't build single family housing anymore. Everything's rental. The minimum wage here is still $7.25. There's not a tremendous amount different from huge parts of Pennsylvania compared to Mississippi. There just isn't. Nobody wants to admit that, but it's the truth of it. So it's what's happening to those people who have made that revelation? Are they leaving Mississippi? Are they going to college to try to get better jobs? Are they entering apprentice programs? I mean, Mississippi's a right to work state, if I recall correctly. There's not exactly
They have the right to fire you.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
no cause.
there's not exactly a whole lot of union jobs there. What are the people who have made not made, sorry, that's not right. The people who have come to that revelation that if I work 2, 3, 4, 5 of these jobs, I'm still in poverty. What are they doing differently? Are they leaving school? Like, what's happening?
Well, it's hard to gauge that. I mean, I can only tell you my experience. I grew up until I was in the 2nd grade in New Orleans, in one of the suburbs there, and it was an idyllic life. You know, as a little kid, you know, you had endless streets to ride bike on, lots of friends, that kind of. It was almost Mayberry-esque, but it was, you know, modern ranch style houses. It wasn't quite that southern. That's kind of a mythos that I don't think ever existed. But when I came here, my father had bought farm land to let his retired father just piddle with cattle. So he had something to do in his retirement. And I grew up doing farm chores. And I couldn't wait to leave Mississippi. I lived back in New Orleans. I studied advertising in school. I have a degree in graphic design. I mostly, though, have worked most of my adult life as a professional photographer and designer. But when I came back here to Mississippi from California, those jobs just don't exist here. You know, there might be a TV station or a sleepy newspaper, and my experience doesn't mean anything to them. Most places, probably rural Pennsylvania, probably small town America, it's not what you know, not what you can do, it's who you know and who will hire you to do a job, right? It sort of functions on a kind of rolling nepotism. So if you can't get that kind of work, you just sort of accept it. You'll meet people anywhere you go in the United States who've never been 50 miles away from where they were born and grew up. And so they've never been around the country. They have crazy ideas about what other states are like. And that's reinforced by the news, by sitcoms, by movies, by popular media, by Facebook or whatever. And they don't, they don't necessarily think of moving away for a better job. So they just take it. And that's been my experience. I don't know that there's a big outflux of people. A lot of people in any place, small town America, can't wait to get out of it, go to big cities like New York, Chicago, Atlanta, Florida, California, and try to make a life there. Sometimes you're very successful, sometimes you're not.
Right.
Hey, and when I came back here, take care of my parents for a while, and then went back to California, I felt like I lost my place in line.
Right.
There's just more kids coming along. The industry got sort of depressed after Hurricane Andrew the first time around. And that's the place where everybody I knew that worked in advertising and stuff, California got too expensive for them. And they noped out and went to places like Oregon or back east and wound up basically like I am. I am now a assistant manager in a supply store.
Okay.
And I have been, whether when I worked at Lowe's previously or in my current job as a manager here. And I deal with kids who mostly, or older people that are in the workforce, and they just sort of resign. They're just sort of taking. No, there's a wider world. They never see great success. They might have somebody that's a doctor or a nurse. Nursing is especially a big thing here. I can tell you the amount of women I know who are nurses who basically are the big breadwinners in their family. And so you just see a lot of resignation. They're going to work this job and get a part-time job at McDonald's or something like that. And some of the kids I have working for me, this is their only income. They're living with a spouse or a partner who has maybe a little bit better job. And then one of my examples here is I have a girl who is a really great worker, has no way to work, has a boyfriend who keeps losing his job. He gets a new job, loses his job. I have to go about 6 miles out of my way to pick her up and bring her to work, or else she couldn't get to work other than walking, because we don't have buses.
Oh, yeah, God, no.
Town in Mississippi. So I make efforts to do things like that and try to encourage them. This isn't your only station in life. You're not resigned to work here in this retail environment forever.
No, but
coasting into experiment.
No, but I would say, and I have said this before. I think you are new to the program, and you have no idea how grateful I am for that. I won't be able to say it. But I would say this though, and folks who have been with the program a longer time will know I say this a lot. I am 53. I am the first generation to do economically worse than my parents in the history of the United States, going back to before the United States was its own country. I'm the first generation to do worse off economically. I would be old enough, or am old enough at 53, to have a child in their, let's say, mid-20s. That generation would be the second generation to do worse than their parents. The only two generations in the history of the country to do worse off than the generation prior them, and it happens to be 2 in a row. Oh, but we're not done yet. If I had a child who was 20, 22, 23, they, at least in theory, would be old enough to have a child as well. That child will be the third generation. Assuming that there is not a radical second New Deal in this country, they will be the third generation to do worse off than the generation before them. That would mean that only 3 generations in the history of the United States would do economically worse off than the generation immediately prior them. Not even during the Republican Great Depression of the late 1929 and forward did that happen. And it just so happens that it's the immediate 3 generations that we are in, as we say in the colloquial Irish, 3 on the trot, 3 in a row. So before I let you go, Mike, I want to just say and ask you if I could, how did you find us?
Well, I think I've been part of the group reading posts for a couple of years now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I apologize for not saying hello to you prior. If I've not. There's about 11
commented on things here and there, but I just came home, sat down, kind of trying to chill from the day. What I do,
and then I got you all wound up.
What I do at the job, and this is kind of, I sort of see a situation. I came out of the pandemic, and the only job I was about to take was doing tech support for a company called Curian, who does the warranty stuff for Verizon telephone. And I sat in a class of 20, mostly young kids who could not do that job to save their life. And they were doing class after class, and there'd only be like 3 or 4 people that they could possibly put on the phone with customers. You would see them, they have a script in front of them, and they go like, "Thank you for calling Ashurian. My name is whatever." And, you know, and poor grammar, poor speaking skills. And they were making $17.50 an hour. And
which
was pretty good for here.
Right. I was going to say for where you are. Yeah.
Most of them had a cell phone, and the condition of the job was can't bring a cell phone in the building. We work with customers' credit card numbers. That's a security risk.
Right.
Leave your cell phone in the car.
Right.
The first day of class, of 2 weeks of free training on this, all the cell phones kept going off all day. The teacher, very nice lady, a friend of mine, she's like, you know, you need to go put your cell phones in the car. I'm only going to warn you once, and then I'm going to drop you from the class and collect your badges. We lost like 8 people the first day. The second day, we lost 3 or 4 more. And they really couldn't consolidate any more people in the class because it's a tremendous amount of stuff to go over. So when we finished the class, there was only about like 6 or 7 of us. And I was still looking for other jobs and got this job as a retail store manager, which is something I was more comfortable doing. It's harder for people to be rude to you face to face than it is over the telephone. And so I told her the last day of class, I said, I got this job. I am sorry, but I'm going to resign from this. And my instructor, Sarah, just started crying. And she goes, "You were one of the few people that I could put on the phone." And I said, "Well, I'm sorry about that. I really appreciate you, but I think this is really for me." And so I took this job. I took a pay cut to $50 an hour to take this job that I have now. And I started to regret it because I saw how poorly this corporation, like most retailers, treat their employees.
It also shows you that it's a big country. I spent a good portion of the beginning of the program talking about how, even though I live in Pennsylvania and that the show is kind of Pennsylvania, it's too Pennsylvania centric, but that the issues that we face here are issues that are being faced across the country. There's a lot more that binds us than tears us apart. But the idea that 15 is pretty good. Is actually quite good for an entire geographical region of the country. Just shows you it's a big country, and that it's a not terribly fair country, and that it is long overdue. We are long overdue for a second New Deal in this country. We know how to fix these problems. History teaches us and shows us and informs us on how to fix these problems, and we can do it again, and we must. And Mike, I don't want to cut you off, but I got 5 minutes left before we hand it over to Sergeant Mack. I want to be a little self-serving, if I might, please. Sure. How did you find? So you say you've been in the group for a while. There's almost 1,200 people in the group, so I must be honest. I can't exactly name everybody who's been in the group. Is this your first time listening to the program?
I've tried to listen to a lot of things I subscribe to on Facebook, and this is the first time I sat down and it said it was live, and so I clicked it on my tablet and just started watching, and I felt bad that you were making great points there. I was listening for about 10 minutes before I called, and I thought I'd give you some perspective because you seem to be looking for it from somebody
Well,
somewhere in the country.
folks unfortunately are a bit shy about calling. It's too bad. It's the one, I've said before, and it's nobody's responsibility to call. It's a free country. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Generally speaking, only about 2 to 3% of the listeners of talk radio actually do call it. But I would say just this a little bit of inside radio stuff, not just for Mike, but for all of you out there around the world. There's probably two things keeping this program from becoming my full-time gig, my full-time job, paying the bills full-time job. That's the callers and the advertisers. And we can make an argument as to which comes first. If I could do an entire 4-hour program with nothing but phone callers, I would have advertisers. I also have a feeling if I had advertisers, the callers might follow, but I think I need the callers first. So the fact that you did that, I appreciate it very much, especially on your first time listening. I desperately hope you have enjoyed the program. I hope you've learned from it. And I hope even if you would disagree with everything I said, I hope you still tune in, because even if you do disagree with all of it, if we don't talk to each other, we're getting nowhere. There will be a proper second civil war in this country if we can't finally start talking to each other again. I have never required that everyone who be a part of this program has to agree with me. No one is under any prerequisite to have to agree with me to be part of this program, but we do at least have to talk to each other. So a quick couple of seconds, Mike, before I must say goodbye to you.
Sure.
Please continue to tune in. Is there anything else you wanted to very quickly get to?
Well, I'm not as pessimistic that it's just inevitable as a second civil war, because I think Trump's power might wane here at some point, because I think there's diminishing returns if people don't want to support,
Right.
That gross indecency. I have a guy who works for me. He comes in once a week. He's a former employee of the store. He came back because he's working through grief that his mother passed away.
Right.
And he's a guy in his 40s, and he's an evangelical Christian and all this stuff. And I'm very clear about, being atheistic, Democrat, liberal, and he disagreed with me the first day I met him. And we talked and talked, but I knew what he was going through because I lost my parents, buried them years and years ago.
Right.
And I said to him, just offhandedly, so it was great to meet you. And if you need anything, here's my phone number. Call me, because he was talking a lot about his grief. His mother had been dead for about 3 weeks.
Mike, hang on one sec. Hang on one sec. Our Hot 101 audience, we have to leave you. We will be back. Keep an eye on the Facebook page. Not sure if we're going to be here next week, but we will be back. Thank you. I love you all. Please take care of yourselves and each other out there at Hot 101. Thomas Mack, The Villain's View, comes up next. For those of you on Facebook, hang in there for a couple extra seconds. We'll finish up with Mike and then say goodbye. Hot 101, have a great week. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Sergeant Mack comes up, The Villain's View, right after us. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you next week. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, what I didn't really think anything of this. I found him very interesting, very engaging. He's like a lot of evangelical Christians grown up around. I mean, I had crazy relatives in my family that handled, snake handling churches, speaking in tongues, just reinforced my atheism. And he told me the next time he saw me, I worked these grueling weekends. I worked from like 8 in the morning to 7 at night on Saturday, and 9 in the morning till 6 p.m. And I just finally got home. I started listening to the show.
Oh, good.
I saw him yesterday, and he told me, he says, "You know what I really appreciate about you?" And I said, "What?" He says, that first day, you couldn't have been more completely different set of opinions than mine. But it struck me that you gave me your phone number on the business card and said, if you need anything, call me. I said, I didn't know. It puzzled me. I didn't know. I'd do that for anybody. I'd do that for you. If something I was telling you wanted more depth about or wanted to talk. And he said, nobody in my family, nobody amongst my friends has done that for me since my mother died. And he's like, I wanted you to know. I mean, the guy was like on the verge of tears and very emotional. And I said, well, sure. That's not a big thing to me.
Yeah,
but
it's
it
called
struck me
society. It's
he
called
was
society
making
and
that
community.
comment about his evangelical, and he's a very ardent Trump supporter, that nobody had done that for him.
Yeah, well,
And
it's called
I find that strange.
it's called community and society, and it's also something that, for as much as that end of the spectrum likes to, no pun intended, likes to trumpet about family values and this and that and the other, don't really practice much of it. And that's kind of it's kind of one of the, to say that it's interesting makes that sound very clinical and very cold. It's actually quite sad. But it is what it is. And, we simply have to break through it. But Mike, I desperately hope that this is not the only time that you will listen to the program. We are here each week. If you miss, for Mike and for the entire world audience, we have said goodbye to 101. We are no longer on the radio. Thomas Mack is on the radio, and I hope that you're listening to him. Not that anybody can hear me. Why did I just tell people who are not listening to me to listen to something? That's kind of strange. Why did I do that? But I hope that this won't be the only time that you listen into the program. I hope you decide to share it. Tell other people about it. Again, nobody's required to agree with me, but we better start talking to each other. For now, sir, I'm going to say thank you again, and I think I'm going to go have dinner.
I'm going to have a late one myself.
All right.
It's my second to you.
Well, listen, please continue to feel free to call the program. Please keep listening. For your information and for the remaining audience, the Facebook audience, if you ever miss any of our live program, please go to our YouTube channel. It is the same name as our Facebook group, That Other Side of Information. After this program is over, either sometime tonight, tomorrow, I think last week he was able to do it for me on a Wednesday, George will take this video. Facebook and YouTube do not use the same format video. I can't tell you why that is. He converts it and then it's up on the YouTube channel. So if, like Mike or any of you across the Facebook universe, if you ever miss any of our live program, you can find it everywhere that it's been shared on Facebook and watch it from the beginning. You might have to scroll down and find it. If you don't want to do that, you can go to Twitter. I put it there. You can go to LinkedIn. I put it there. And of course, I think the best and easiest place to find it would be youtube.com/that other side of information, just like the Facebook group, That Other Side of Information. So Mike, until next week, please take care of yourselves. I hope you keep listening. I hope that your coworkers and or friends, family, anyone in your circle that you think might benefit or want to listen, again, even if they scream and throw things at the radio, I hope that I hope you'll pass us on. We would be nothing without good folks like you. Thank you for becoming part of the family here at the program. I know that you said you've been with the group for a while. Thanks for being part of the program. I hope you'll call again, and I hope that you'll keep listening.
Thank you. I wish you well. Just be the change you want to see, one person at a time, up there in Pennsylvania and across the country. That's the best you can do.
Exactly.
And keep your fingers crossed that Trump doesn't get reelected. Oh my God.
Well, take care of yourself. Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's awesome. God, that's so cool. Well, only our Facebook audience remains, so I will say good night to you as well. I promised Kristen that I was going to come downstairs and have dinner with her, I think an hour ago. So I have gone past that. A quick little note here for our family. Our family has grown. Not just Mike, but we've adopted a dog. And she is downstairs. I hope that she will be happy to see me when I go downstairs. She is much more Kristen's dog than mine. The cat is very much my cat. Because we were here together before Kristen, before God brought Kristen to our lives and blessed us. The dog, I think, is much more bonded to her. So I'm going to go downstairs and see if the dog is happy to see me. She is a beagle and hound mix. Her name is Daisy. She was rescued from Alabama. She and her brother were on the euthanization list. They were going to be killed the day that they were pulled out and saved. She is 9 months, and she is she's got a lot of learning to do. She's a young pup. She is not crazy, stupid puppy energy, but boy, she doesn't listen to save your life. And she's very easily distracted, and she really wants to hunt every squirrel and chipmunk that we come across. So it's been a challenge, but we're a bigger family. We're a better family with her here. And so, we're a family here. We talk about these kind of things. I've talked to you when I'm sick. I've talked to you when I'm in pain. 2 months ago, I got this sty because I wasn't unable to afford to see a doctor. It appears to have scarred, or then now it's coming back. I'm not sure. These are the kind of things that we talk about here. We're human beings. So it is 9:06. We went over. We did say goodbye to 101. So just the Facebook audience remains. It says there's still 6 of you in the chat, but I am going to sadly end on you. 4.5 hours is quite enough. And my thanks to Amanda Waldman. Again, it's Waldman, the number 4 PA. Waldman, WALDMAN 4, number 4 PA. Check her out. And if you haven't seen the debate, it is on our Facebook page. It's on That Other Side of Information. Check it out. It really is something. I think that does it for us. I said goodbye to 101 already. So for our TCP family, for our Facebook family, for all of the groups that we share to every single individual, I continue to ask you, beg you, I'm not being shy about it, share the group, share the program to other groups, invite other groups, invite me into your groups so I can share the program to these groups if they will allow it. Let's just keep spreading the word. Keep your eye on the Facebook page as to whether we will have a show next week. Not 100% sure of that. Regardless, whether we are back on October 30th or not, we will definitely 100% be here on November 6th. And then, of course, the end of the election cycle ends Tuesday, November 8th. Please, no matter what happens, no matter what you have to do, vote. Walk, crawl, rent a bike, rent a car, get an Uber, ask a family for a lift, whatever you need to do, public transportation, walk, whatever you got to do, make sure you vote. Please vote. Your vote is your voice, and you need to be heard. You need to use it. Until next time, thanks everybody for hanging in there with us. Thank you to my callers. Thank you to Amanda Waldman. For everybody at TCP, Whitney, Marquise, Andrew, and Taekwon, for everyone at hot101.net, the big boss, DJ Lex, DJ Earl, and the entire DJ family at hot101.net, for George and Lynn Dare, and for, of course, the woman who is responsible for me being here, April Riddick, and of course, for Kristen, I am Jeff Kennedy, and I will see you next time. Take care of yourselves and each other. Have a great week.